Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 9 of the RF Generation Collectorcast. As usual, I'm your host, Duke Togo, and joining me, as usual, is my co-host. How you doing, Krabby?
Doing good up here?
Yeah. We were just chit-chatting a little bit, and he's only got like a half foot of snow.
Yeah, our poor snowman in the front yard we had, he's melted now, falling apart.
Yeah, he told me he kind of got decapitated, right?
Yeah, we had a good snowfall, so we built the snowman, and then it got really warm, and he's kind of dead now.
Poor guy. And not joining us at the moment for this part of the show is Bill. Bill is otherwise detained. I don't know if we ascertained what happened to poor Bill.
I think we figured he got Zagnorge trampled him to death over the Skylanders display on the Black Friday sale here.
Poor guy. We hope that maybe that somebody drags him out of the pit and puts him back together. But I'm sure we'll hear more from Bill, and you'll definitely hear from Bill in the main topic. But we're going to go ahead and get started a little bit. As usual, you can find us a couple different places. We are on Twitter. You can find us at Collectorcast. You can find us on Facebook, Collectorcast. Feel free to like our page. We post some stuff there and some little notes on Twitter. You can go to our main page, rfgeneration.com. It's kind of our home site. We also have a website just for the show. That's collectorcast.com. We're also on YouTube if you want to find the show there, so you can just search for Collectorcast. And then finally, you can also find us on Stitcher Smart Radio. If you just go to stitcher.com/rfgeneration, you can find the show and subscribe to the Stitcher smartphone app if you like. Okay, so jumping right into small scores this month, obviously we've got a lot of stuff. You guys have been extremely busy during the last month with scores. I think you're trying to really keep us on our toes. So pretty amazing stuff this time around, right, Krabby?
Yeah, both in quality and quantity. It's just insane.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are trying to bury us or make us like a 6-hour-long podcast or something, but we definitely appreciate the stuff. It all looks really good. So thanks for sending everything in.
We're going to have to apologize because I'm sure we're going to skip over quite a few of you because we really had to cut this down to make the show not 6 hours like Duke said.
Yeah. So starting right off the bat, probably definitely one of the stars of the show this month was PWP Cody, right?
Yeah, he's been going crazy the last couple shows here.
So I don't know if he sold an organ or put his house up on the market or something, but he came up with this giant lot of stuff.
I think he said his life settled down after getting married and a bunch of other big things like that. So he's back into it now.
Oh, I see. So he's skimping some money off the side so his wife doesn't know.
Apparently, yeah. So he's got that combined income coming in now, so he can spend twice as much.
He can cook the books a little bit, make it look good. Like, oh my gosh, you have no idea how much we have to spend on gutters. Rounding off right off the top, I saw he got a complete in box Pokemon Yellow from half price books for $10, right?
Yeah, he got a big bunch of games from there. But yeah, that was one of the gems in that lot.
Yeah, and I'm not a big Pokemon guy. I think we probably mentioned that before, but I do know that one goes for a little bit more, so that's a pretty good grab, right?
Yeah, any of them of the old generation ones that complete in box are pretty pricey.
And then he picked up his next to last N64 title, right?
Yeah, which is one of the hardest ones to find, is that International Super Soccer 2000.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one. I haven't seen it or played it. I don't know if it's good or not. I'm just guessing difficult to find, right?
Yeah, like most soccer games, they're just not super popular unless you're in Europe or Mexico. So they don't sell very well up here, I don't think.
Yeah, now I also noticed he had this really good run of luck this month, but he also got beat up on some auctions, right?
Yeah, that was too funny too.
he put in some for some, I think it was Amazon or something, right?
Yep.
And so he would order Sesame Street one, ABC and 1, 2, 3, and he kept getting just the one or the other.
Yeah, couldn't get the combo.
Yeah. And then that he tried to get a hold of a Tengen Tetris, and it was the wrong Tetris or something, right? So I think that's like anything. If you don't see the pics, you can probably trust about nothing in some of those. I mean, sometimes you get lucky, right? But,
yeah.
And I'm sure he sent them back and wasn't a big deal, but that can be kind of rough.
Yeah, a little annoying, especially when you're getting so close to the end of your sets like him. It feels good to cross off those games, and I bet you that was a big disappointment to get those in the mail.
Yeah, and he picked up like another pretty giant lot, right? Of just like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, he's just raking them in.
So we got a bunch of like loose NES carts, some harder to find titles. Kind of looking through the list of everything he raked in the month. Some highlights I would put out there. He picked up Godzilla 2. He got Lemmings. He got Gun Knack, Uncharted Waters, Bubble Bobble 2, Mission Cobra. I mean, these are all some pretty tough titles to pull down. And there were some other ones too that we're not even mentioning, right?
Oh yeah, and not just tough titles, but pricey titles too.
Yeah. And then he got some other, like some turbo stuff, right?
Yeah, so all the stuff he picked up for the TurboGrafx, it was just the manuals, but he got them for really cheap, something like 72 cents.
And, oh, yeah. I mean, where on earth do you find these things, right?
I don't know, especially, yeah, it's such a weird find, especially after finding all those empty NES boxes last time around.
He must have a good hookup somewhere. I don't know.
Apparently, because he got a lot of good manuals in there. Most of them are easy to find, cheap ones, but he got a few really good ones like Airsonk, Bonk 3, Bomberman 93, Galaga 90, like some pretty decent manuals in there. Make it
a lot easier to put a set together, right?
Yeah, and most of the time you just get the manual and the Hue card anyway. You don't actually get the outer box, which most people seem to be happy with. So if he wants to go the TurboGrafx route, he's gonna just save himself a ton of money.
Yeah, that's great. Now again, we probably pared down Cody's stuff a lot. He got a lot of other great games that were in there. Just wow, for the interest of time, we kind of had to bring him down to scale a little bit. So great job in picking a lot of that stuff up.
Makes our month seem better too.
Yeah, certainly. Doesn't make us feel too shabby about ourselves. Right? Now we had a newcomer to the site, so I guess I would pronounce it Driph, D-R-I-P-H.
Yeah, it looks about right.
He just getting started, but he first time posting up. He picked up some nice Super Nintendo shooters, right?
Yeah, I love R-Type. It's a fun one.
I'm a big Gradius fan, so Gradius 3 is a really good one. I've never played Earth Defense Force, even though I think I've got it. Have you played that one?
Nope, I haven't had a chance with that one yet.
And the only thing, I don't know Atari real well, but he picked up Star Fox for the 2600.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
The only thing I would note is that I know Banana posted he said he was missing that one, so I would imagine it's probably going to be a little bit harder to find.
Yeah, Banana's got a pretty good 2600 collection.
Yeah, he does, and he's got some. He knows the obscure stuff a little bit more than I do. I have no clue.
Yeah.
I went shopping for him a little while back, and I just kind of like did a little video of everything. I'm like, you just tell me what you want, because I really don't know 2600 stuff, and he just kind of gave me a list that worked out really well. Who's up next?
Retro Rage.
What did he grab?
Well, he posted his great pumpkin that he spent a lot of time on for Halloween there. His Mario themed one.
Yeah, didn't he say he was like up to like really late at night carving that thing?
Yeah,
or
something like 3 a.m. in the morning, but it looked awesome. I
great job.
Showed my son that while we were carving our pumpkin, and he wanted to do a Luigi one, so we tried to mimic him, but with a 4-year-old and my artistic skills, it wasn't quite up to par.
Poor Luigi.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have tried one of the ghosts or something instead.
Something easier next time.
Looks like I also got a steal on a Dreamcast, right?
Yeah, $5. That's basically giving them away.
And it looked pretty clean too. A lot of times those things look a little beat up. But
yeah, and
the one he got,
they tend to yellow really easy, kind of like the old Super Nintendos too. But that one looked really good.
Yeah, and the controller too with it. So yeah. Good pickup.
And then a nice little SNES slot later on. He had about 8 titles in there, but he had like all good stuff, no junk at all. He had like Mario All-Stars, Super Mario World, Super Mario World 2, Mario Kart, Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2.
Really, those are great playing games.
Yeah.
And I mean, it seems like the Donkey Kong Country has a lot of like love-hate relationship. It seems like there's people that really love that series, and then people just think it kind of pales. Yeah. I think it's pretty good, but it's not a Mario game. You shouldn't try to put it toe-to-toe with that, right?
I've always been a fan. I've enjoyed them. And even if he's already got copies of them, they're really good trade items.
Yeah, for sure. Now our favorite guy, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, he picked up a real hot score right off the bat, right?
It's probably he wins the month hands down with his Hannah Montana DVD game.
Yeah, and not even like a video game, right? It's just like a DVD playing game.
Yeah.
So good job keeping up the flow on the stuff this time around. He did get some other things that are a little bit more gaming related, right? So he picked up some Pokemon cards and whatnot.
Yeah, a little Pokemon lot there. And what was that Battle Masters board game?
Yeah, I wish Bill was here. He knows a lot more about board games than I think either of we do. But
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
like a boxed Milton Bradley board game. So, I don't know much about board games, but it sounds pretty cool.
Soul Calibur for the Dreamcast. That's one of the must-have titles for that system for sure.
Certainly a star and looks great in VGA even now. I mean, it's a great looking title. And he also picked up, like, out of the blue, so he's got, like, Hannah Montana DVD games and Pokemon cards, and then he comes up with, like, a box Super Famicom and some Super Famicom games, right?
That probably got a grin on your face, eh?
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's pretty cool to see some import stuff. And I mean, there was, like, a couple box games. I'm like, well, I didn't see that coming. Somebody else I don't even know if we've mentioned him on the show before, but he's been around the site forever. Bum Man, right?
Yeah, he's been around the site for as long as I can remember.
Yeah. He finally posted over there, and he picked up, like, this nice set of, like, really, like, early 80s computer mags. I know, Krabby, you were probably way too young, if alive, to remember any of that. But there's a lot of them that were in there. The ones that stood out to me were Enter Magazine and, like, K-Power. Back when I was a kid, when home computers were just kind of becoming the thing, especially like right after the crash, computers were the thing, and everybody was like typing their own programs in and in their own games in BASIC. And that's a lot of times what these magazines would be. They'd have like some articles, some things, and then they would just have like pages of this basic code for you to type in the stuff and play these games or whatnot. So that brings back a lot of fond memories.
Yeah.
I like to see that stuff.
Unfortunately, he put the dates in here, and the last year that these mags were coming out was when I was born, so they're all beyond my time.
I will forgive you for not knowing anything, but no, it was pretty cool. It was a very special time, kind of, like I said, it was kind of that time when everybody thought computers were just going to take over and games were dead, kind of before Nintendo really took over.
Right.
And then they did, and then those magazines all died out.
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
did too.
I haven't heard of almost any of these. I've heard of Joystick, that's about the only one.
Yeah. Now I'm sure, I mean, obviously into our, like our European listeners, that's a totally different story, but, I'm sure all of you have heard about the U.S. deal by now. So, pretty cool stuff. I mean, it was pretty neat to see him pick that stuff up. Our old pal Razor Knuckles got like a really nice NES, like a NES, a couple controllers, I think like 3 or 4 Super Mario Duck Hunts for $5.
Yeah, not a bad deal.
No, it wasn't too bad.
Didn't one of his friends give him a free copy of Halo 4?
Yeah. Did he say? I think he said he was like maybe helping his friend out or something.
Yeah,
and he gave him that.
Yeah, but that game just came out like a month ago, so it's still worth quite a bit at the moment.
Yeah, and if I remember the story right, it was something along the lines of he had started playing COD Blops or something and really liked that better. So,
yeah, I was bored with Halo, I guess, already. So
hey, free games are awesome.
Yep.
And another person, I don't know if we've mentioned him on the show before. I mean, obviously posts a lot over on the site, and that's Newpoil, right?
Yeah, he's definitely been around for a bit.
And he got, I think, one of the most awesome deals of the month, if not the deal of the month. He picked up a Ms. Pac-Man cab, right?
Yeah, the whole cab for, what, $25?
$25.
Yeah, he said it was in a little rough shape, but still, yeah, that's a good price.
Yeah, I think he was saying maybe it wasn't fully functional at the moment, but he thought he could get it back up and running or whatever. But still, $25. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. Ms. Pac-Man is not a cheap game to buy.
No, even if you have to put $100 to $200 in it to get it going again, you're still making money in the end.
Yeah, so great job on that one. He has a lot of other stuff that were in there too, but he got something that was pretty interesting for me to look at. I mean, do you know much about Odyssey 2 games?
Just a little bit. It's definitely, like, we're talking about the Conquest of the World that he picked up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest complete in box games from most any system that I've seen. It's just a really cool little set they've put together, and he was able to get the box and instructions for that one.
Yeah, I think there was like a couple of those different sets with the Odyssey where it was like almost like a board game that went along with the game on the system on the TV
there was
or something.
Another one like Quest for the Rings or something like that, I think it was.
Yeah.
There's a couple of really cool box ones to have, and yeah, he picked up one of those.
Yeah, it looked really pretty nice too. And then he said his wife went on a business trip. I'm going to guess somewhere in Asia because he got a couple import Saturn games, right?
Yeah.
His wife just kind of picked him up as a gift. So, man, that's a cool wife, right?
Definitely.
Note next time, Famicom games are good. Just your old buddy Duke. So definitely, that was some pretty cool stuff that he brought in. Who do we got next?
One of our newer members, Johnny Nintendo.
I like the name.
Yeah, that's a good one. And staying true to his name, he's been picking up awesome Nintendo stuff all month.
Yeah, he got a bunch of like complete in box games, right?
Yeah. One of your favorites, eh? Go 13.
Absolutely. He also picked up, it was kind of odd, but he had in the mix like a complete in box Micro Machines for the Aladdin. I wonder if he kind of was meant to go for the regular Micro Machines and got that one instead, or maybe he's planning on pulling together an Aladdin set, but it's pretty cool.
Couldn't say. And didn't he get a sealed Hudson Hawk?
Yeah, I think he said he did some kind of a deal. Was it Nintendo Age or Racket Boy or somewhere?
Yeah, I think it was Nintendo Age trade. I think he's been doing a little bit over there.
Yeah,
But,
Hudson Hawk is not a real common game, right?
As far as sealed goes, it's on the cheaper end, but a sealed game's a sealed game. They're pretty much always awesome.
Yeah, definitely pretty nice.
And then he picked up a couple really good carts, very uncommon.
Right, yeah. He picked up, one of them was Jetsons, right?
Yeah, and Fire and Ice was the other.
Yeah, and you've, actually on your YouTube channel, you've done a playthrough, I know, of Jetsons. How about Fire and Ice?
I've played it partially through. I haven't put it up on YouTube. It's really fun. It's one of the best puzzle games on the system as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and really weird that they named it that, right? Because it's basically Solomon's Key 2, right?
Yeah, it's like a spiritual successor type idea.
But that's definitely a harder one to find and pick up.
Jetsons isn't a bad game either. Not the best platformer on the system, but it's a fun one.
Yeah, I kind of watched your playthrough a little bit, and it looked like it was kind of a little repetitious, but not bad, right?
Yeah.
And somebody we don't always hear a lot from here lately, but has a few oddball scores here and there is Mr. Red McKnight, right?
Yeah, I've been patiently waiting for more Power Glove videos, and there's been nothing for so long now.
I know, you're kind of disappointing us here, Red. Now, Red's a big Jag guy, so he's a big Jaguar fan, and he picked up Barkley Shut Up and Jam for the Jag. The Jaguar had like the weirdest titles, right? I mean, that one, and then like what? Was it White Men Can't Jump?
Yeah, that one was out on a couple systems though, I think.
It's just, I don't know, man. Just wacky stuff that came out on that. And then he got like a really good freebie, right?
Yeah, how did he end up with that? I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't think he put that in there.
But yeah,
at least if he did, I didn't get it.
Free PS3 and the revision Slim model too.
Yeah, and then like a couple of PS3, I think like you said, like Little Big Planet Collection or something like that, and there was another one like a Yakuza game or something, I think. Man, free. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's definitely the price you want to pay for that.
Next, we come up to another heavy hitter this month, right? Really kind of cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah, him and his damn pinball, he's hard to compete with every month lately, it seems like.
Yeah, and I've never heard of this pinball before. I guess he said it's kind of a harder one to find, but it was Fathom, right?
Yeah, I've never heard of it either. But he posted a whole bunch of pictures, and he's doing a blog of the restoration right now, and it's a really interesting looking machine.
It kind of has this really mermaid kind of undersea vibe to it, right?
Kind of like demonic mermaid, though. Those things have claws and fangs, and they're pretty terrifying looking.
Well, yeah. Well, maybe you don't want to mess with mermaids then. I would think if you're trying to sell a pinball, though, you'd want them to be kind of alluring or something.
Yeah, we actually had a pinball machine pop up locally here that I asked him about, which I often do. And I always hope for him to say, it's a crappy machine, don't worry about it. But he's like, no, that one's on my want list. You better get that. I'm like, I don't have any money right now.
What was it? Do you remember?
I can pull it up again here. I do not remember.
Well, while you're looking at that, let's talk about a couple of things that he picked up. I know he picked up like a large collection of some ColecoVision games, just some miscellaneous odds and ends. He picked up a couple Sega Master System Alex Kidd games, including the hard-to-find Shinobi World. I know Bill found that one a little while back, too.
Right.
And then a couple of, I think on Game Gavel, I think he said he got a couple Supercharger games. So you've heard of the Supercharger, right?
Yep. Yep.
How odd of an idea was that, right? Like cassette games for the 2600, but I mean, I guess at the time that was the technology. Don't get me wrong, but one of them, like communist mutants from space, sounded really cool. Anyway. So, pretty cool deal. I'm pretty glad. Did you find about that pinball there?
Yeah, it was Firepower.
Oh, Firepower is really good. I know that one. I played it a bit. Man, couldn't get it though, huh?
No, when we get to my scores, I'll explain why I was broke at the moment.
Yeah, listen to him complain. I had to go get some nice stuff. You'll hear about it later.
Hey, I could have stacked stuff onto a pinball machine.
It can fit in the corner, right? So next we've got nice guy 1283. What does I'm gonna guess it's like a birth year 1283. I hope. I don't know.
You finally found someone on the site older than you?
No, I'm older than that.
And 1283? Come on.
Oh, okay. I thought like December of '83 was what I was thinking. But he picked up a pretty cool Venice Beach there. What?
Hey, you guys here?
What?
You guys here?
Bill?
Yeah.
What? Where you been, man? Where you been?
It was crazy. I was out and I was trying to make it back here in time, and I just came back in. You guys already start?
Yeah, and we were kind of worried about you. We kind of figured some kind of horrific accident or something was happening to you. So, well, what happened?
Nope. It was. I have no excuse. I got caught up. My brother had previously saved the world, but then he was kind of taken into captivity, and I'm just trying to help him out. I went to the Tree of Life, but then it ended up being the Tree of Death, and I was in a whole different realm, and I just lost track of time, and I'm here now, and I'm ready to jump in.
Well, that sounds completely plausible. Okay. Can you do me a favor, Bill?
Yeah.
Can you tell your brother thanks for saving the world?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get him. He's in a little bit of hot water because they're not too happy with what he did. So I'm trying to have humanity resurrected, so I can say, see, no harm, no foul. So as soon as I can get that taken care of, I will let him know. Thank you.
I would really appreciate being resurrected. So that's good. Thank you very much.
You got it. I'm working on it.
Well, we are really glad to have you back, Bill. We were kind of worried about you there for a minute, but it seems like a totally plausible story. So we'll move on.
Totally my fault, and hopefully I can hop right in.
Sure thing. Well, we were just talking about nice. We're trying to figure out if Nice Guy 1283 is like December of '83 or I don't know.
I hope so. Those the December kids are cool ones. I'm a 12/12 myself.
12/29 here. So see, there you go. We're both birthday boys in December.
I feel a little left out now.
Now,
Sorry,
real quick, as a 12/29er, how do you feel about
Birthmas?
Kind of having it, lumped together so close?
That's just what I've always called it. It's Birthmas.
Yeah.
It's just one holiday. You always get this is your birthday and Christmas. I'm sure you get the same thing, right?
Yeah, I mean 12/12. It's a little bit further away, but still, I mean you're talking a couple of weeks. I mean it's so yeah, you do get a lot of combo gifts. Which
is really just a way of saying I can't afford to buy you 2 sets of gifts, so I'm just giving you one.
So do they at least bump it up and give you something a little more awesome than you would have gotten for a single gift on either occasion?
My mom usually did, but nobody else did.
Yeah, I always thought that was how it was going to be, and a lot of people would especially in high school days when everyone wants to not spend money or just spend it on themselves. Everyone would come to my birthday party, and everyone would be like, oh, I've got your gift, but I don't have it on me, so I'll just give it to you with your Christmas gift. And then you would get one thing from them for Christmas.
Yeah.
So I get that with your friends though. None of my friends, we never gave each other Christmas presents anyway. So what do you do? But I was thinking relatives, grandma, aunt, uncle, that kind of stuff.
What do you want me to tell you how to get around the problem, Bill?
Yeah.
What you need to do is what I did: almost die and get a transplant. And then you can celebrate that as your new birthday. That's what I do. So now my birthday is February 28th.
Oh, so that's actually an anniversary that you continue to celebrate?
Yeah, it's my rebirth day. So I've just taken that on. I've dumped my old birthday to the side. Yeah, no more birthmas for me.
He's already been resurrected once. He knows what it's like.
That's right. So that's what I said. Yeah. Thanks, your brother. I appreciate that.
Well, let me get on that.
Back to Nice Guy for a minute, though. He got some pretty cool complete in box NES games, right? the first one, I know you guys aren't big unlicensed guys, but he picked up Menace Beach.
Yep, from what I hear from my unlicensed buddies, it is very difficult to find complete, especially in that condition that he got it in.
Yeah, it's like really minty. He even had like the Color Dream sleeve and the whole thing. So, I mean, it looked really great. He got a couple other ones too, right?
Yeah,
What else did he get?
I'm a little jealous of his other two because I'm closing in on the end of my license set, and I don't have either of these, and he got them both.
You don't have either of those?
No, I don't have Cool World, and I don't have Frankenstein. And I'm a little upset I don't have Cool World because I'm a big Brad Pitt fan, so I need to get a copy of Cool World.
Yeah, Cool World is in a lot locally to me, so I'm not. He's kind of asking a lot for it. It's but I'll see. I'll keep an eye out for you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll watch too for sure. I don't see Frankenstein a lot.
That's one of those weird ones. Both of those are kind of like those odd ones that they don't go for $1 million, but you don't see them that often.
Yeah. No, but I imagine box though, complete like that, a little tougher.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, our old buddy Fleech, he picked up some CDI games like at random, right? Like at a value store or something.
Yeah, I don't even think he's got a system, so I don't know how he even noticed them, but good find.
I think he said like in his post that he was just looking around in the place and he noticed those and he like scoured the place for the machine, but he couldn't find it.
Yeah.
I think like one of the games was even like a PAL game or something. It was like really odd collection of stuff.
There was a Clue one in there. I think Shadow chimed in and said it was from the PAL region.
Yeah, strange.
And you know what you do in those situations? You said it was like at Value Village is where he got it. Is that like a Canadian thrift store?
I think I've heard it's in the States too, but it's definitely in.
Oh, I've never
Canada.
seen one.
Yeah.
So sometimes what happens in those cases, if you ever see games like obscure games like that, and you don't see a system, like they organize, at least at Goodwill, they organize all this stuff differently, and then the media tends to come out quicker than like the hardware does. So just ask somebody, say, hey, like I see these Philips games. Do you have some hardware back there that hasn't hit the floor yet? And because I'd imagine if someone drops off a whole bunch of games, they probably have the system in the same box.
And I would imagine it'd probably get mistaken for a CD player or a DVD player.
Yep,
I've heard that a lot with CDIs. Yeah, they always end up with the DVD players.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering too. Maybe he lives in Quebec, so maybe it's like a French game that somehow made it over there. Just a guess, no clue.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really on the other end of the country, so I can't speak too much about Quebec.
Now Tiki413, he not only got some cool stuff. This I will see as we kind of move through that he also helped a bunch of folks out. So pretty cool stuff. He got some loose carts. There's a few that were there. He also got a VHS tape of the Ewoks cartoon. I don't know if either of you guys have seen that.
I haven't seen the cartoon. I've seen Battle for Endor, which was a live action, but I haven't seen the cartoon.
It's an atrocity, let me just tell you. Mid-'80s, after Jedi came out, there were these cartoon series they put out for a little while to cash in on the kiddies, and it's pretty terrible if you ask me, but I haven't seen that forever.
Talking about the same quality as the Christmas special?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably talking like, I don't know, you guys didn't watch a lot of mid-'80s cartoons, but just to say bad cash in, that probably hits it right off the bat. Now, he also got the Phantom Hourglass Collector's Guide I saw. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's actually, I actually really like that game. Like, something about it, like, made me, stop playing it. Like, the first, there's this weird dungeon where, like, you have to repeat the same levels, like, over and over. Like, every time you go back to it, you have to do the thing you did, and then you go a little bit deeper. So, it's, I don't know, just something about that, like, really, didn't make me want to keep playing it, but I enjoyed the game other than that.
And he also got some little Hot Wheels, right?
Oh, were those the cool, like the old Atari-themed ones? And like arcade ones?
Like Pong and
Centipede.
Like Breakout.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, I don't know if those are still in stores or whatnot, but they look pretty neat. Well, like the whole kind of box design and everything was this Retro's Atari deal. And like one of them even had like that wood paneling kind of look to it. That was pretty cool. If I see those somewhere while I'm out shopping, I will definitely pick those up. Now, one of the big guys on the site that's been around for a long time is Tin Star. Now, we we haven't always featured a lot of his posts, but he got in like just a lot of big lots this month, right?
Yeah, I know he's been pushing hard for a while to work on his Saturn and Dreamcast stuff. He just unloaded, I don't know, he must have spent a good chunk of money this last month.
Yeah, because I mean, some of the highlights on the Saturn, I know he picked up Dragon Force, I think from eBay, so that probably wasn't cheap, if I had to guess.
Did he get it from eBay? He usually tries to stay away from there.
I thought I saw that one was from eBay, so maybe he's just really wanting to get done with
Finally
this.
broke down. Yeah, because he's only got a dozen or so games left on that list.
Or maybe he got a steal on it. I don't know. He didn't really list the price or anything.
Yeah, I sent him Rayman for Saturn, and I think Iron Aces. But yeah, he's been he sold a bunch of his Nintendo stuff like over the last 6 months or so. But he's really trying to finish up the Saturn Dreamcast collection.
Yes, thank you for selling off your Nintendo stuff. I did get a couple of these from him, so
yeah, I got a lot from him.
And I gave him a Saturn game he needed, so that was a good trade.
He was my Secret Santa buddy last year. He actually sent me a few of his NES games complete in box for a gift there.
Very nice,
Yeah.
very nice. And he also got Golden Axe the Duel on Saturn, right? Have you guys played that?
Nope.
No, not the Saturn, no.
I haven't either. Sounds cool. I'd like to try it out. I really wasn't even aware of the game.
As
he
usual,
also,
he's loading up on 360 stuff.
Yeah, he also got Mass Effect 3, so 10-star if you want to find me on Xbox Live. I love to play the multiplayer on that.
Yep.
Still
Yeah,
to
me
this
too.
day.
Yeah, me too. I love that game.
So feel free to hit me up if you want to do some of that. I know you're...
we don't talk about it a lot, but there is a gamer tag thread on RFGen, right?
Yeah, pretty out of date. I think I just posted in it because I just changed my gamer tag the other day to be more in line. So if anybody's curious, it's just Duke Togo 74. It's all run together. But the thread is pretty out of date.
Yeah. So PMs are always cool. So if you hit any of us on actually, sorry, like not to except for Krabby because he just has the PS3 and the Wii U.
We kind of mentioned it last time. Seavers kind of came back to the site recently with some scores, and he definitely brought back a little bit more this month, right?
Yes, really cool and unique finds this time around.
Yeah, he got a Saturn in one of those Blockbuster rental cases, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's seen them for at least one system, but yeah, the Saturn's a cool one to have. For
sure. He also got a sealed game, right? A hard to find sealed game, I would think.
Bible Adventures.
Yeah, not exactly something that people are dying to play, but
that's a cool one to collect, and I don't know, sealed's just awesome. I would love to pick that up too.
Yeah, I don't collect. Like I said, I don't collect on license, but that was one of the first ones on my list that I wanted to grab. I ended up getting it from TinStar, I think, last year.
Yeah, kind of an interesting game, but I think he found it pretty cheap at like a secondhand store or something.
Yeah, and he picked that up with what, Rainbow Islands?
Yeah, I think he was kind of fishing around to try to figure out a price on that thing, so I'm hoping maybe on Nintendo Age that he got some good advice on it.
Yeah, it sounds like he's got a price range, and he's legitimized the seal, and is quite happy with his find, I think.
Excellent. So I hope that either he gives that a special place in his collection, or if he decides to get rid of it, makes a good transaction.
Yeah.
You see the PlayStation games he grabbed for a couple of bucks each?
Oh, what all did he get?
He got Crash 2, Scooby-Doo, but the noticeable one is a Final Fantasy Anthology you got for $2.
Sweet.
$2.
Yep, complete. So he gets what is that? Final Fantasy 4 and 6 or American 4 and 6?
Japanese 4 and 6.
Right,
so
American
2
2,
and 3.
yeah. Right. So yeah, Final Fantasy 2 and 3, and then Bad Street Brawler, because we were talking about Power Glove, so we just had to have it, and a nice little Game Boy Advance lot. It looks like the pink Game Boy Advance with a whole bunch of pretty good games.
Yeah, that's always good stuff to see. Now, next off, speaking of people and picking up GBAs, we got our buddy Zach Norch, right?
Yeah, he's like a Game Boy magnet.
Oh, I had like 4 or 5 of these things this month. I think he got like maybe 2 or 3 SPs, a regular GBA, and then like a DS Fat. I like one of them had some pretty like butterfly stickers on it. But man, I don't know where he's going, but he always seems to get them real cheap, and he's like cleaning house. So I'm hoping he's flipping those and making pretty good profit on them.
I bet you he's making like a trench coat out of Game Boys.
I'd like to see
Or
that.
like he opens the trench coat and it has all these clear pockets inside, so he can sell all the Game Boy games on the street.
Hey, man, got some good Game Boy stuff.
Yep.
I don't know. He's probably wheeling and dealing like to trade them for Skylanders gear or something like that, if I had to guess.
Or Pokemon games. He loves Pokemon games.
There. Nerf. He did pick up something for Wii, though, right? I haven't played that one.
Metal Slug Anthology?
Yeah.
That's a good one. It's fun.
Is it? Do you have that one?
I do, yeah. It's one of the first games I got with my Wii.
How many
Yeah, me
different
too.
ones?
It came out pretty early in the Wii lifespan. I think it was like the first like 6 or 8 months or something. It was out.
Yeah, it was really early.
How many of the different titles does it have?
It's got 6 of them. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, has it got 7 games? It's got like 3X or something like that. One of the titles was remade, but it's got 1 through 6 and then 1 remake in there.
Wow, well, that's a really good deal.
Yeah, and it
is.
was one of the games that was kind of figuring out how to use the Wii controls first, and there's a whole bunch of different control schemes you can use in it. You can like just play normal like with a Nintendo pad, or you can like tilt the controller to run back and forth, or you can do this other one where you can shake it to throw bombs out, and yeah, they had a whole bunch of different control schemes with that one.
Well,
Yeah, if you put the Wiimote on its side, like just kind of like like you would a regular controller, and you just kind of like flip the whole thing up to jump. Like there's a handful of different ones they tried, and like most of those weirdo schemes, like you try them for a few minutes and then you just shut it off and play controller style.
Yeah, of course.
I like the bomb shaker though. I did that one. So whenever I was at a boss, you'd just be like shaking it violently while you're playing.
I think his most important pickup of the month, though, was Super Metroid, right?
He's just trying to score some brownie points with you guys.
Yeah,
Well, it worked.
It's a great one.
He's losing brownie points with me for that.
And he's gaining Krabby points.
That's very good, though. Super Metroid's fantastic. If you haven't played it yet, Zach, I think you already heard us talk in the last show. Go play it.
You got your Brinstar, you got your Norfair. You'll be fine.
Little crate action going on in there, right? And then he picked up a couple Mario parties for the N64, right? 1 and 2?
Yeah, those are always good grabs
Those are
for
good,
cheap.
yeah.
That's right. So grind those controllers down to nubs. First one. Go for it.
Yeah, prepare for blisters.
Now, Ryudo, I'm guessing that's how you'd say that. What'd you say, Bill? Ryudo?
I think so. Or Hyodo. I'm not a great, Japanese style pronunciation guy, but I think you got it on the nose.
I'm going to hope so. He picked up a TurboGrafx.
Yeah. Now, is that an NES RF? Is that the same connector for the TurboGrafx?
I think just pretty much an RF is an RF. It doesn't really matter. I've used them interchangeably.
Yeah, the NES one
Gotcha.
does work on that system. That's what I've been using because I didn't actually have one.
I've kind of just gone to not even using an adapter. I just use like an RCA cable with one of those little, adapters to plug right into like cable on the end. I don't even have the box
Gotcha.
switcher anymore.
With like the 2 screws that you have to screw it into the TV with?
No, I don't have that ancient thing. Thank you very much. But
Oh, there was a wooden console TV at Savers the other day. It was $5.
were you tempted?
I was. It was like a 32. It was like it was so 84.
You have to let the tubes warm up.
Yep. Like the color kind of starts more like getting brighter and brighter as the show goes on.
I remember having those old TVs, and when you would first turn on, the picture would be like really blurry, and it would
Yep.
take time before it would come into focus.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That was great though.
That's what I
And
grew
you
up
would
with.
come by and just kick it a few times. To see if you could-
Yeah. You turned it on, then you had your cereal, and then you went back to the TV to watch something.
Yeah, and it always had this hum. You would turn it on, and it was not like a TV. It's like this, just like this.
So we grew up with one of those, and then when it finally died, we didn't get rid of it. We just bought a new TV and put it on top of that one, and that thing held our new TV.
Yep. I think that was a Jeff Foxworthy joke at some point. Like one of those, if your television is sitting on top of a non-working television.
It's pretty good. Okay, I don't know how we got into that diversion, but that's pretty good. Moving on, Sir Psycho picked up a nice NES lot, right? I mean, for the price.
Oh yeah. Well, what it was like $1 a game, right? For like 20 carts.
Basically, yeah, like 20 for $18. I think a little better than that, right?
Yeah, or 18 games for $20. So barely over $1 a game.
Oh yeah, okay.
But
Including
good games.
including the must-have for every NES collector. He got the awesome Silent Service,
Silent Service, exactly.
which is mandatory to come with every NES lot, along
Yep.
with Super Mario Duck Hunt.
Got a few tricky games in there too, like Spider-Man and Rad Racer 2 and Tiny Toons 2.
Yeah, I've got a Spider-Man Sinister Six manual, but that's all I've got of that one so far. So.
And he got my favorite box art ever on the system, Iron Sword.
You're a big Fabio guy, huh?
I love that artwork.
I remember
I thought you were going to say Roger Rabbit.
I remember when I was a kid, I was there. I remember when like all these magazines are like Electronic Gaming Monthly and all this, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was like their second issue or something like that had that full cover of just Fabio on the front of the thing. And I would always as a kid, I would walk to school at the middle school, and that was about that age when those things started coming out, probably like 7th grade or so. And I would walk to school, so you would leave early. We'd go to the supermarket, and get some pop, and we'd flip through the magazines. So I remember all these video game magazines when they first came out. I was like, oh my god, you would sit and read through these things. It was awesome, but I remember that cover distinctly, strangely.
It is very distinct.
It is. You don't see an oiled up man every day on the cover of things.
Not nearly often enough.
on video game magazines anyway. But some cool things that he picked up. And then we've got Quackula, right?
There's good, I don't know if he's flipping those or not, but I mean there's just good games in there. Bubble Bobble,
Kirby,
Life Force. I always had a blast with.
Life Force is great.
Yeah, Double Dragon 2. Yeah, there's good stuff in there.
Yeah, good, nice grab. And then next up we've got Mr. Quackula, right? I just like saying that name, Quackula. He got some Nintendo guides, right? Like a lot of the old Nintendo player guides.
Yeah.
I think he got this big lot, and he had those in there. I think he said he bought it maybe for he really wanted Parasite Eve. If I remember right, it was like a Racket Boy auction or something, wasn't it?
Correct. Yeah, it was. And it was a bunch of manuals. It was a handful of those Nintendo, top secret Nintendo, Mario Mania, Super Game Boy. But yeah, some of the old Nintendo paper.
Yeah, those are really cool to kind of sit back and thumb through every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. And your favorite Final Fantasy is in there, right?
I don't know. I didn't see which is Final Fantasy 3 in there.
12's in there.
Oh, that piece of. Oh, sorry. 12? No, 12 was good. No, I take that back. 12 was very good. 13 was the lousy one. Sorry, 13
was wonderful. Way better than
13
12.
was the lousy one.
Yeah. Love 13. This is the Super Metroid of Final Fantasy games.
12 was excellent. Very good. And he also got a Luigi's Mansion in there, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then,
I still don't have that one. I see it everywhere, but it's always overpriced.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah.
I
told Duke
$15
this
or
already,
something.
but I saw Pikmin 1 for GameCube complete at Goodwill the other day for $40.
Wow.
So I don't know what's going on over there. They also and all their N64 carts were $3, except for the Ocarina of Time cart, which was 15. So I think they either are checking the internet or they have some kid working there now who thinks he knows game prices, and he is screwing me.
So, dear anonymous kid working at Goodwill,
Yeah,
stop
if we
it.
have a listener, who works at Goodwill and prices video games ridiculously, take a vacation.
Quit. I'm gonna guess it's probably that eBay-itis, or maybe they're checking their own Shop Goodwill auctions or something. Who knows, right?
Yeah, their prices can get up there. You're right.
Yeah, sometimes a little silly. Now he also got a really cool. I think this is really a cool item.
This is probably it might be my favorite find of the month. Yeah, it's really awesome.
Yeah, what did he get?
The MK2 cabinet.
Yeah, I love that.
Right
thing,
next to
man.
his
That's
fridge.
awesome.
Yeah, I love the picture in his house there.
Oh, that was awesome. And someone was like, "Is that in your kitchen?" He's like, "Yup."
He's like arcade cabinet and kitchen or fridge and game room.
Yeah.
Perfect. Just grab you something to eat, some Doritos. You're just right there, man.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
don't
a
have to go
huge
anywhere.
Mortal Kombat guy, but two's my favorite, definitely.
Oh, that's a cabinet that I
Yeah.
want. It's on like I have a list of like my like wish list of like 10 or 11 arcade machines, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah, MK2 is my favorite Mortal Kombat. The game is so much fun for me to still go play. So I'd love to have one of those things. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not in bad shape. I mean, there's like a few nicks and scratches and a little bit of fading, but it looks all original, and that's more important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
I
fine
love
with
that
the
like
little
side art
scuffs.
with like Raiden.
Yeah. You can see that cabinet coming, and there's even one of the fatalities in that game is that cabinet falling on someone's head.
Like that game is so awesome. But he got it like locally, and he got a really good deal on it. I think right, it was
Yeah.
like sub
Yeah.
300.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 280. He said. So he said, I think I did pretty well, and I'm here to confirm. Yes, you did pretty well.
Yeah, great score, man. Good job. Somebody I don't know if we've ever mentioned him on the show, but he's been around RFGen forever, and that's Isrit, right?
Yeah. He's been around forever. Most of his pickups lately have been downloadable stuff, so we haven't really highlighted a whole lot.
Because you love downloadables, right, Crab?
Yeah, they're my favorite.
How
Yeah,
many
no, we've
how many
been-
downloadable games do you own, Krabby?
One,
One. And that is?
Mega Man 9.
Yeah, just because it was not
Oh,
possibly
because-
to ever get it any other way, right?
I was hoping to support it, and then maybe they'd put a physical release out eventually, but they didn't, so I'm never doing that again.
But didn't they release? I know that they released like a cartridge. I think it was either like a press.
Talking about the press kit?
Yeah, the press
That just
kit.
had promotional stuff on it, no game.
Oh, it wasn't
No,
a cart.
if it was a cart, I would have shelled out like $500 for it if I had to. I would pay so much to have Mega Man 9 on a cart.
I would agree. I would also go after that. So they need to kickstart that one or something,
Yeah.
right? It's all right. It's Capcom. Just hold on long enough. They'll do a compilation. They'll throw them in
That's
there.
what I'm
Not a
hoping
big
for.
deal. It'll happen at some point in time. I pretty much
Anyway, back to
guarantee it.
Isra, right?
So you're talking about
Right, sorry.
right?
So what did Isra get?
Well, Halo 4, like somebody else grabbed there, I think. And
Yeah, a couple Halo 4, but
yeah.
and
then I helped him out quite a while ago. It's been too long now. He's a huge Mortal Kombat collector.
mhm.
And there was a Canadian exclusive steelbook case for the last Mortal Kombat that came out.
Cool.
And so I worked with him, and I had some problems with Future Shop. Long story short, I would never deal with their online service again.
Oh.
But I ended up getting him the steelbook case, and then just over the course of the next year, I picked up a few other Mortal Kombat goodies. I thought they might be Canadian variants or just stuff he didn't have, and then I sent him a little Mortal Kombat care package not too long ago.
Now, I have to say that if you have to name your store something, naming it Future Shop is a pretty good idea. I like it, right? Future Shop. Everything there has to be new.
And now they start doing used sales, just recently.
Oh, well. Nice
And
try
then
anyway.
and then when you have to return something, you have to take it back to the future shop.
So yeah, he helped me out when I bought a sealed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for the NES, and I wanted to get it graded. And to save me the trouble with having to send it across the border a few times, I had it shipped to him, and then he shipped it to VGA for me, and then they shipped it to me. So he saved
Excellent.
me a lot of time and headache. And so I just sent him all this stuff as like a thanks for helping me out with that, because he never asked for anything in return.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Kind of one of the guys that help run RF Gen, so yeah, glad to have you guys keeping the show running.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's weird because when you just said like, we haven't mentioned him like hardly ever, you're right. Like he's real big into downloadable. I think he's going after he's similar to Tinstar. I think he's an achievement guy.
Yeah.
So he plays a lot of downloadables for achievements. I think he plays a lot of Windows Phone games too, because you get achievements on those.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we don't see a ton of him with physical stuff, but I think he's trying to get back into collecting. So hopefully we'll see some more stuff from him soon.
Yeah, and he did some blog posts recently where he's just kind of going and doing some major inventory, right?
Yeah,
Right.
So cool stuff. Glad to see him kind of getting back in the game a little bit.
definitely.
Somebody also I don't think that we've mentioned before as Mumbo King, I think he's from the UK, gives me a good chance to mention. I know we get a few oddball downloads of the show from the UK, so for those folks that we have over there and in other places around the world in general, love hearing you on the show. Feel free to come over and post some stuff. We'd like to highlight that. But he grabbed a couple of good N64 games, cheap, right?
Were those both in?
Yeah, a couple of bucks. Yeah.
Yeah, £2 a piece.
Sorry, yeah, £2. Yeah, sorry.
Or £2, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fake trying to be British.
Yeah. I think that's like 14. I don't even know how much money that is.
70
Now they have to register
pesos.
on RFGen so they can correct us.
But he got Lilac Wars, which is...
Is that Star Fox?
That's Star Fox 64. And Scars, which I don't even know what Scars is for N64.
Isn't it kind of like a Twisted Metal Vigilante 8 type like car battle idea?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's car combat.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Did that get a US release too?
Yeah, we definitely got it here.
All right.
Yeah, I've never played it, but I remember seeing it.
I always think, honestly, I think I like the idea of Lilac Wars more than I do Star Fox. What do you guys think?
It's a catchy name. I like it.
It's very similar. Like, it's not really similar to Star Wars, but you just replace one word, and it's a space combat type game. But I think they're both cool.
We need things to be very obviously spelled out to us here, though. We need to know the game is about a fox in space.
Yeah, a fox among the stars.
That way, you're going to name your first game running and shooting things and not dying the game.
And now it's the Star Fox, but this time it's an adventure.
And it wasn't a very adventurous time either. Yeah, well, but that's pretty cool. Again, hey, if you guys are listening to the show, feel free to come over. We like to hear from people from all around the world. So thanks a lot. Up next, we had Barracuda. Speaking of Techie, right, got some goodies from Techie this month.
Yeah, what did they work out a trade or what went on there?
I don't know. He just mentioned that he got some items in because I knew, like, way back, Techie had posted about some boxed Game Gear stuff he got, and then I think Barracuda maybe asked him about it. And so somehow he did a deal and got that stuff from Techie.
Yeah. That's a nice looking box. I like that one.
Yeah. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Techie's he's a handheld guy. I had him for a Secret Santa last year, and he wanted a whole bunch of handheld stuff, so I sent him a bunch of Game Gear stuff in his package. So I think that's kind of right up his alley.
Pretty cool. So thanks. I always like to highlight, when community members are doing cool things for other community members. So
Definitely.
Very cool. Good job. Another newcomer. Man, we're just chock full of them this time around. We've got no Everyday Joe. I think it's his first post.
This might be my favorite.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear about it, Bill.
It really is. I mean, it's you got Wind Waker, so for the GameCube complete. You got a couple of those mustard yellow GameCube controllers, and then you have just kind of some of the best PlayStation 1 games, mostly RPGs. But you have Alundra, which is a Working Designs RPG. It's really good. It's very similar to Landstalker on Genesis, if you ever played that. But also Wild Arms, Breath of Fire 3, Suikoden, Parasite Eve, Symphony of the Night, Saga Frontier, Legend of Legaia, and Beyond. It's a great little lot, and I think he got it at Goodwill, which means he probably didn't pay more than a couple bucks for each game. So that's a phenomenal way to start or to build to your PlayStation collection.
Unless he went to your Goodwill, right, Bill?
Yeah, unless
$40 a piece then.
Yeah, unless he came over here, in which these are 1996 prices.
And then later in the month, he grabbed another big GameCube lot that was just as good.
This was my holy Moses Craigslist.
Oh, the
lot.
one just today or yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, that one was awesome too, with the 4 Wavebirds.
4 Wavebirds, yeah, that's insane.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's not just it,
family.
right? Let's start at the top. So we got the GameCube, and
who cares? 4 Wavebirds, come on.
Okay, but look, he got what's one of the hardest accessories to find for the GameCube that goes for a crazy amount of money?
Another person to play with.
The component cables. He got the official GameCube component cables to go with it.
And he knows it too. He's like, and yes, those are the component cables.
And he got 2 wired controllers. He got the Game Boy player
with the startup
and
disc. Yeah.
He got a bunch
He got the
books.
Star Fox Adventures strategy guide.
Awesome.
You got Metroid Prime, Pikmin 2, Luigi's Mansion, Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, like Resident Evil 4, Rebel Strike, both the Star Wars games, Resident Evil 0, Rogue Leader. Like every game in there is good.
Yeah. And how much did he pay for all of this?
A hundo.
$100.
Yeah.
He got all this. Oh my gosh. I would like, yeah.
Yeah, he was the coolest kid in school today.
Yeah, I mean,
and when I say school, I mean the small scores thread.
Yeah, that was that's really great. Craigslist sometimes pays off people.
And that was his third post, and he's already done those 2 wicked hauls. So I'm looking forward to post number 4.
Yeah, let's hear more for sure.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's going to be Dragon Force, Panzer Dragoon Saga. It's going to be like
Saturn
every post
game,
is going to be.
This
Yeah.
is
Only $3.
every good Genesis game.
Yeah, you know, just got them all. Craigslist, no problem.
Oh, that was great.
Radiant Silver Gun,
I mean,
yeah,
those two are probably my top. I mean, there's a lot of really good ones, but those are kind of like right up my alley as far as like the kind of games that those PS1 RPGs are fantastic.
Definitely.
Very, very much. Now I think we first mentioned him last month, but Bernard's. I just want to mention that he was stricken by the plague. He couldn't escape Keith Courage, right?
Nope,
nobody can.
Couldn't do it. You can't.
You can't. If you have a TurboGrafx, it will find you. So congrats on joining the club with Keith Courage. Another, oh my gosh, score this month. When I saw this thing, I'm like, first I thought, why is somebody posting about automatic weapons on our forum?
Yeah, like in that gun case.
Yeah, but I don't know how to say the name. What would you guys think?
Max.
No, the guy's name.
Oh, the guy's name?
Is it Wayne Pitt?
Wayne Eppy?
Or is it Wayne Nippy? Wayne
It's Wayne Eppy, but you have to add like that question mark kind of sound at the end. Wayne Eppy?
But like he just comes out of nowhere and posts like this. It looks like an M16 Super Nintendo controller, right?
Yeah, and these are extremely obscure.
And it's like in this big gun case.
Yeah,
like you would put a real gun in.
My understanding was it was specially made training program for the military.
On Super Nintendo.
Yeah, and
of course, like 4 seconds after it's posted, Shadow's like, "Oh yeah, I know what that is.
Here's everything you'll ever need to know about it."
Yeah.
Yep, it's all here. Here we go.
But like
No
Nintendo
problem.
Age is huge into NES and SNES stuff, and I think there's 2 guys that own that gun on there, and they have 10,000 members.
And you have to wonder how many people have that in that case.
Yeah, and I don't know about the case. Couldn't say, but it is pretty. And that's before they started painting the guns orange, apparently.
Yeah. Or no, I mean it was definitely afterwards. Yeah, I think they just snuck that one in there.
I think if you're in the military, you get to do whatever you like. And rightly so. So all of you that serve in our military, you always have my respect. But if you guys are really curious, go look it's on page 503 of the Small Scores
Right
thread.
at the
If you've
top.
not seen this thing, it looks really cool.
So, yeah,
So,
there's actually kind of a neat little history of the military and video games. If you're interested in checking it out, I'd recommend doing so.
oh, yes. I know they did have like a custom Doom clone or something they used, right?
Yeah, even back to the Atari days, they had custom games being built. It's
Makes
really
sense.
weird, yeah. To train soldiers.
Yeah. And the last Starfighter, when they put the arcade machine on Earth to find the best pilot
Joe
in
Rogan,
the trailer park.
right? Or,
And
no,
they found
not
him.
Joe Rogan. That's the
Alex
that's
Rogan.
Alex Rogan. Joe Rogan's the Fear Effect guy. Mixed martial arts and all that.
Yep.
That would have been an even cooler movie, actually.
Yeah, if Joe Rogan was the last Starfighter.
Had to make all the aliens eat really nasty stuff right before he killed them. Oh man! So who do we have next?
What, Burning Toys?
Yeah, Burning Toys got some cool things this month.
Yeah, some really neat little finds there. I picked up Secret of Mana, which everyone loves, of course.
Of course.
But I thought the really cool one was those monitors he got from his friend.
Yes.
Yeah, they're like professional studio grade monitors, right?
Yeah, they're really neat casing around them too. Really sleek looking.
And I think the people always want those things because you can hook like RGB right up into them. Isn't that like the big draw?
I think so, yeah.
So those folks that are big into crystal clear, pristine graphics want to do the RGB mods and do all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's right up their alley. And then we had Grey Ghost. Grey Ghost must be somewhere not too far from you, Bill, because it sounded like he got hit by the storm.
Yeah, I've actually done a few things with him. I think he's in northern Jersey. I know he's in Jersey. I'm not sure exactly where, but yeah, they got hit a little bit harder than we did up here. So, but yeah, we're working on helping them.
So I guess he got one of the biggest scores of all, right? That he decided to post.
It's working water and power again?
Yeah, the necessities of life.
Yeah.
Right. Power,
That's pretty
heat,
nice.
Lights, water. Definitely everybody that was affected by this storm, wishing you guys all the best and hoping everybody's getting back up and running again. And glad to hear, Grey Ghost, that you're doing well. He did also get a few other things, though, right?
What, the world's second best movie after Sleepers?
I don't know. I'd say it's given a run for the money, actually. Bill, are you in Weekend at Bernie's?
If only.
That would be
But
perfect.
I'm sure somebody who was in Weekend at Bernie's was in something with Kevin Spacey, who was in Sleepers with me. So I kind of feel like I'm pretty close to Weekend at
Kevin
Bernie's.
Spacey wasn't in Sleepers. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
Kevin Bacon.
I don't know what that was my Joe Rogan slip of the night.
Get your Kevin's right, man.
I know.
You
I don't know
acted
why
with the
I
guy
said-
for God's sakes.
I know we had the scene together.
You guys were like right next to each other. But not only did he get the important stuff, the power and the Weekend at Bernie's, he got a hookup from one of our other buddies right at the site. So Nine-Tailed Demon Fox sent him over Weekend at Bernie's and a Splinter Cell conviction case for one of his games I think he was looking for. He
Nice.
also
and they get that $5 lot.
yeah. He got like a
Man.
ton of stuff for $5, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean,
And I don't even and he actually gave us a shout out for the Collectorcast for giving him that tip of build up that rapport with the thrift shops, just like talk to people, let them know who you are, that you're coming in, you're looking for this kind of stuff, and those people, like, when they get that kind of stuff in, not always, but sometimes they'll throw some of that stuff aside for you. So he got this huge collection of, well, not huge, but you got a couple dozen games for like $5.
Yeah, no, the way he posted it, I saw the one picture at first, and I'm like, oh, that's not bad for $5. And then, scroll
Right.
down, scroll down, scroll down. Yeah.
Yep.
yeah, I mean, he got a wide assortment. I mean, he said he was putting Mario Sunshine up on eBay. I mean, obviously that will more than pay for that entire lot.
Yeah.
And
I like that game. But some people don't like that game. I really liked it.
he got Monster Rancher 1 and 2 for PlayStation.
And 3
And
for
3.
PS2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
he also picked up
Katamari.
Parappa the Rapper, which is an awesome game.
Oh yeah, play that. Just put it in.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably the most
You'll
fun
enjoy
you'll
it.
have. And those songs will not get out of your head ever.
No. And just walk into any video game convention or just any retro video game store and just say kick, punch, it's all in the mind, and just let it go. And everyone in the store will finish that song for you.
Sure thing. Or just walk in and just say, I gotta believe. Great stuff,
Yeah.
man. A really great job on picking some of that up. Surgeon, who is another one of our European members, he picked something up this time, right? So we got him a copy of Twilight Princess on Wii.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, like to hear from you guys from around the world, so make sure you keep posting your stuff. Pretty cool. And then one of our prolific blog posters decided to jump in on the small scores thread, I think, to get his stuff recognized. Well, I think we've been maybe negligent in always checking the blog posts.
And then we're talking about noise redux here.
Yeah, but a couple of these other guys too, they'll kind of save their scores up. They put them in these blog posts, and we're pretty simple guys. We just kind of go through the thread and make notes. So sometimes we don't catch all that stuff. And there's sometimes a lot of blog posts, so they get shuffled off pretty quickly. But
Yep.
I don't know. Is it Angel762?
I always said Angle.
You think it's Engel?
Yeah, I thought it was like a huge Kurt Angle fan.
Well, he picked up a couple good NES games. So speaking of NES games you don't have, Krabby, what did I get?
Well, actually, I think him and are they brothers or just friends? It's his friend Nice Guy. That's the same Cool World and Frankenstein that Nice Guy had in his post.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they collect together.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, so I don't know which one of them ended up with these games in their collection, but Angle definitely ended up with the Mega Man 5 complete in box that he posted.
Pretty cool
Yeah.
stuff. Well, that would be awesome to like have a brother like tag team stuff with, or what?
Yeah, I'd love to have someone to go hunting with here.
Every once in a while I can wrangle a friend into doing it, but most of the time, they don't care that much.
Yeah, I got a couple of friends who like going to the flea market, but they're not really into like games or collecting or anything. They just kind of like go with me. But yeah, it's I've got a couple people who know I collect who like if they see something at a Goodwill like a town over, they'll text me or something, which is kind of nice. But yeah, having a tag team partner is got to be really cool.
Okay, so who do we got next?
The Greer,
the what now?
the Greer.
I would pronounce it probably the Gru, but I like yours much better, Bill.
He's our wonderful app creator at RFGen, right?
Yeah, he's our Android programmer.
Yeah, Bob Android is his name.
I've been using his app lately, his RFGen collection tool, and it's really handy. I love it.
Cool.
Has anyone told you, Krabby, that is a downloadable?
Yeah, but it's free.
Oh, okay.
And it doesn't
Alright.
actually rest on a console, so that's okay.
That's
right?
also true, yes.
We got to ask the Greer when he's going to incorporate Bluetooth controller support so you can play the RFGen app with a
I'll
controller.
be out at that point.
All right, so Mr. Gru, or Grr,
The Greer.
he got himself a couple games this time around, though, right? A couple N64 pickups?
I haven't played it in a long, since high school, but I remember Tetrisphere being kind of cool.
I love Tetris.
It's fun, yeah. And Mr. Makers is a great one, too.
Yeah, Treasure.
Yeah.
Always makes good games.
But those are important titles for him because doesn't that put him to like 6 more to finish his N64 set?
I know he's up there.
He's really
I don't know
close
how
to the end, too.
but Tetrisphere
Does he?
fun.
Do you know if he's counting Sculptor's Cut or
I
no?
think he is, yeah. I think he's already got it, actually.
Yeah, I think I remember somebody grabbing one not too long ago, and I can't remember who it was, and someone got it like at a thrift store for like $5.
No, I don't think that was
something.
him. I think that was Burning Toys, if I remember right.
Okay, I think you might be right.
But still, very cool.
Yeah, he's
for him
getting
to get a
close.
couple
So
pickups.
him and PWP Cody, hopefully they'll have a nice little friendly competition. See who can finish it up first.
Yeah,
Nice.
definitely.
Whoever finishes first has to help the other. That's how this works.
You're right. So next, going again back to we're being a little better. We're looking at those blogs. So Oak Bob blogged about some import Dreamcast games that he got, right?
Yeah, he's a big Dreamcast guy, so not a big surprise that he picked up a big import lot of Dreamcast stuff, eh?
Yeah. And I don't know a doggone thing about import Dreamcast, so I look like a bunch of Japanese games to me, which is cool. Don't get me wrong. I just absolutely no idea what they are, but. He's got a little blog post he wrote about it, so go check it out.
Check out his
guys.
blog. He's really knowledgeable with Dreamcast stuff from most regions, it seems like.
Yeah. And is it, like, I noticed, like, the covers is you can kind of usually tell by looking at the cover. Like, I always know, like, the PAL or the European Dreamcast stuff, like, the swirl's always blue, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there or why that. Interesting decision. I don't know. Interesting. Anyway, and on to probably our biggest blogger of scores. He saves up and he does a big blog post every month. So we've got Noise Redux, right?
Yep. Yeah, huge Sega scores this month.
Man, what kind of goodies did he get? I know I helped him
You got
out
one from you,
part of
yeah?
the way.
What did you send him?
I sent him over an XI, or again, whatever that thing's called. I think I mentioned it last time when I had gotten my thing in trade from him. I got that Konami Hyperboy, so he got the XI from me.
Oh, that's a neat trade. Interesting.
Yeah, I think we're both really happy about it. That's his second XI. He's got like one in one room and one like in his room, I think.
You never have enough XIs, right?
I guess not.
And then he just loaded up on games for all his new Sega systems. Big stack of Sega CD games, big stack of Sega Saturn games, huge stack of Dreamcast games. And we don't have time to mention them all, but some of my favorites were Shining Wisdom on the Saturn is an awesome game. He got that from Ghost Soldier.
Cool.
And then on the Dreamcast, he got Sonic Adventure, not a bad one. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is one that I really want to get.
One.
Yeah,
That's a cool
looks
one.
like a neat game. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, everyone always wants that on the Dreamcast, right? It's supposed to be like the best port.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He got himself a Saturn light gun. He got himself an arcade stick for the Saturn. And then, kind of a cool little pickup, he brought a little bunch of the Sega Visions magazines.
Yeah, now, wasn't he more dedicated towards one of the systems, and then like a while back he was kind of thinking about maybe I should branch out? Now he looks like he's just gone nuts, right?
Yeah, he was all about the Dreamcast, and then he was asking, like, maybe I should get a Sega Saturn, and then now it's like, yeah, anything Sega that has a CD in it is just, yeah, he's all over it.
Yeah, he's actually he's got a box on the way from me, but some of the stuff that came in my score that we haven't talked about yet, I'll tell you the story when we get to him. But yeah, we did a Sega trade just like a week ago.
Cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, he's really just having at it, and more power to him. There's some cool stuff that's in there.
He's always been more on the gamer side, so it's nice to see him embracing his collector side lately.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because he's really big over on Racket Boy, right?
Yeah, I
that's where
think
he
he's
spends
a
lot of his
moderator
time.
over there even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he spends some time over on RF Gen 2, so we love having him over, and it's where he tends to host his blog, so cool stuff.
Yeah, he's probably at the moment got the most blogs coming out more than anyone else, so yeah, check his writing out. It's really good.
Yeah, good stuff. Now, Krabby, you got some stuff yourself this month, right?
Yeah, finally picked up a little bit. Most of it from one of my buddies. He knows I collect. He used to collect, and he kind of sold everything off and kept what he wanted. So he sends all the other goodies my way now that come his way. So
What all did you get?
he had a huge box of old gaming stuff from his wife's aunt's attic, and he just told me I could have it. I had a Coleco in there with half a dozen controllers, a whole bunch of games. A whole bunch of Commodore 64 stuff too, which I'm not too familiar with, but I really like the packaging on those old, like they look like a record almost, like a vinyl packaging. It's really cool. Flip it up and you got your floppies inside. Yeah,
You like the big box stuff
yeah.
that they would put out.
So I had a few of those, a few actually Commodore 64 cartridges, but no cart reader. So I'll have to figure out how to try those out eventually.
That's just the system itself. The Commodore 64 is like a keyboard. The computer's all on the keyboard.
And you plug the carts right into the keyboard? Is there a slot on it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Slot in the back.
Gotcha. See, I've never had one. That was before my time.
Yeah, well, it was my time. I had one. I still got one. They're pretty cool.
And then I got a bunch of the like how to program Commodore 64 games type books.
Mm-hmm.
I went down to one of my favorite places to pick up games in town here, and he had this CD he's been holding on to forever. He keeps forgetting to give it to me. He said he didn't know if he could even sell it to anyone else, so he just gave it to me. So I got this white knuckle scoring Super Mario Bros. CD from the early 90s. And if you haven't heard the first track off it, it's called Ignorance is Bliss by Jellyfish. It's awesome. You'll love it.
Oh, so it's like a legitimate bands on there.
Yeah, the whole thing is just like a compilation. It's got like Roy Orbison and then a whole bunch of hair metal for some reason, like like Trix and Brittany Fox, I think, is on there. It's a weird compilation, but the first song sounds like it's an original song just made for this CD, and it's really good.
Huh. I've never even seen this thing before.
And
Was it just
the insert, the booklet is actually a comic book when you're flipping through it too.
So was this just a regular old in-store release? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I think so.
Huh.
Yeah.
I never saw that one.
It's in the heyday of the Nintendo licensing when they were putting out, books and serials and stuff like that. I think popped out in there.
Has it stopped? They still seem to be pretty good at licensing things.
That's true.
Nope, more power to them.
Yeah. The same buddy that gave me the big box of stuff, he had a complete in box Super Scope he was telling me about in his closet that he was going to dig out
That's
for me.
awesome.
And his box was really beat up, he said. And then the day before he was going to give it to me, that same store I got the CD from, he had just a plain old box for Super Scope that was in much better shape. So he just swapped boxes with him and gave me the nicer one.
That's nuts, man.
So
Because it looks really good.
Yeah, and this stuff he's just giving me, so I usually get him back some way with like magic cards or something, even it out in the end. But he doesn't expect anything in return; just keeps throwing me all this cool stuff.
Awesome. You get to cross a couple of NES things off your list, right?
I do. Had a little bit of money come in recently, so whenever that happens, I like to cross off a big title if I can. So I grabbed Dragon Fighter, which is one of the last expensive ones I really need. And Little Ninja Brothers, which is one I've been really wanting to play for a while. It's supposed to have some good co-op on it. I'm looking forward to
Now,
it.
have you had a chance to play Dragon Fighter yet?
No, I haven't played either of them yet.
Yeah, you have to check it out and let me know what you think.
And then we were at EB Games pre-ordering the Adventure Time game for 3DS for my son. And my wife noticed they had a huge clearance rack of games for like $1. So I ended up getting a whole bunch of sealed, like Buzzword, a lot of the singing games like High School Musical, and I don't even remember all of them. I just grabbed them because they were $1. They were like the big cool boxes to display.
Yeah, some good stuff that were in there.
Yeah.
I mean, like a lot of the, like with the buzz things with all the buzzers and the whole thing, right?
Yeah, the big like blister case packaging. It's kind of neat. Yeah, and then my biggest, most exciting score in a while is these display cases I bought from our Zellers as they were closing down.
Yeah, now is Zeller's like a really big chain in Canada, or?
Yeah, have you heard of the Hudson Bay Company?
Yes.
Yeah, they're related to that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they recently got bought out by Target. So all the stores across Canada are converting to Target. So they're selling everything off.
Wow.
Yeah, so I bought those. I ended up getting like a Sin and Punishment for $5 too, sealed one, just because they're clearing everything out for like 90% off.
Awesome.
That's a good game.
It's awesome. I've already got one, so the sealed one's like going to be a like trophy in my collection. Yeah, so I got these 5 cabinets that are just kind of generic gaming cabinets, but I finally have places to display my big stuff like my Neo Geo box or my Steel Battalion controller that I've just been like hiding for a long time. And then
Now, I also saw there was like an imprisoned child in one of those, right?
he just came with the case. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure out what to do with him later. And then my favorite case, though, is the Game Boy Advance case that I got with it. It's really cool. It plugs in and illuminates. It's got a little part cut out where you can plug in a demo machine for Game Boy. And it's got this really, it's hard to see in pictures, but it's got this nice little etched Game Boy Advance silhouette into the glass.
That's cool. Now, I think we had kind of talked a little bit last time we'd chatted, but are you going to try to get what you need to put a demo GBA on there?
Yeah, and it shouldn't be hard from the looks of it. Everything seems to be working. So I've just got to figure out how to cut these locks and get into it without damaging the glass, because I unfortunately didn't get the key with that one.
Well, the retro shop close to me, if you want like some box GBA games, I mean, they're nothing exciting, but they don't charge a lot for them. So if you want a couple to throw in there for display or something, let me know. I can tell you what they've got.
We'll see. I might even just put NES stuff in there. I think I can fit a whole collection in there.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. And or I guess not lastly, but I was hurting for another power pad. Mine stopped working, so I bugged Duke, and he sent me a brand new power pad, and it happened to be the Nintendo brand one, because I already had the Bandai one, so I've got both of them. And a few more NES games that I've been needing for my collection. The real gem there being Mickey's Adventure in Numberland.
That's a really awesome, great to play title. I bet you're just itching.
Oh, I'm
Right.
gonna dig into Numberland and Letterland. And what was the other one? Sesame Street Countdown. Looking forward to
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's action-packed.
And like a few other members on the site, I picked up a Wii U on launch day, and I've been having a blast with it. I could spend way too much time making this episode longer talking about it, but I'll just say try one out if you haven't already. They're a lot of fun.
I went to our Target has a kiosk
Yep.
with one, and it has like you pick up the gamepad and like you scroll through like all the different games they have on it, and every single one of them there's a little play demo button and it's grayed out. There's not a single demo on this entire kiosk. There's the little button that says play video plays, so you hit the play video and it doesn't even play video. It shows like a collection of still images, like one after the other, of like people enjoying playing that game.
That
So do you
is
think they just
horrible.
haven't bothered to set the demo unit up properly or something?
Yeah, I mean, cool, because from my retail background, I know that like either Nintendo comes in themselves or they send those discs to the merchandising people, and you just pop that disc in the Interact, and it updates the system automatically. So either the Nintendo rep hasn't gone in, or the Target employees haven't been updating it. So I got to find a store that's actually got one because I'm not prepared to drop $4 on that just yet.
Yeah, definitely pick up Nintendo Land. That alone is worth it. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance. I've not even had a chance to play one yet, but I definitely want to give it a try. I mean, I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm sure I'll get one at some point. I'm just not sure
I know I will
exactly
too.
when. I'm
Yeah.
going to probably guess maybe sometime early to mid next year once there's some really great titles I really want.
And like they mentioned before, check out the RF Gen Arena sub forum. It's got all our everyone with a Wii U's got their codes in there, so you can add Crabmaster 2000 if you want.
Yeah, no more friend codes, right?
Nope, they got rid of that. It's the same as the other systems now. You have your name registered to the Nintendo network.
And I know this doesn't affect Krabby, but it's one of the things that still is kind of weird to me. And not that I download a lot of games, because I don't. But if you download like your what do you call it? What do they call it? Like your Wii U ID,
Mm-hmm.
that as of right now is locked to the system that you purchase it on.
What?
Yeah, it was in some fine print somewhere, and like I forget who it was, like Joystick or Destructoid or somebody like ran the story on it, and they contacted the Nintendo rep and they confirmed like, yes, as of right now, your Wii U ID is locked to that system. So if you want to go to your friend's house and like put your Wii U ID in and play as you over there, you can't do it. And also, if your Wii U dies and you buy another one, you can't use the same Wii U ID that you created earlier on a different Wii U. They say they are going to change that in the future, but
I think
you know,
they'd have to.
yeah, that's a weird thing to have it locked to a single piece of hardware, but at least they're working on getting better.
Yeah, I think they're planning for a big update in December because they didn't end up rolling out the TV part of it at launch like they planned. So I know they're doing an update for that in a week or two here. So maybe
Gotcha.
something like that will pop up with that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like Duke said, I know I'm going to have one. It's just I want to feel, I want to feel way better about it than kind of like the weird uncertainties I have about it right now.
So most of the
Yeah.
online stuff doesn't factor into my decision at all. So I could completely
Exactly,
understand apprehension to some of their online problems, though.
I just think with all the kind of weird stories I've been hearing, I'm kind of content to let them get some firmware updates out there and get the bugs ironed out. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere. And I really want Bayonetta 2, so I'm okay with waiting until that comes out anyway.
Yeah, that won't be till January or February anyway, I think.
Yeah, no problems at all. Now, I'm kind of curious now, because you get Mega Man 9 on your Wii, right?
Yep.
So are you going to go through the whole rigmarole of the transfer?
No.
You're just going to leave it on your Wii?
Yeah, I'll still keep the Wii around. I'm not planning to get rid of it, so I'll keep all my saves on there, and that's the only downloadable game I have, so I don't see the need to transfer over.
I see.
Right, and remember, if you and it's not like, once you transfer it, I think it's deleted off the original console.
You can't transfer back from the Wii U to the Wii. It's just a one-time, one-way thing.
Yep.
So I'm curious, I've got to ask the question, Krabby. Have you played any regular Wii games in it yet?
No, but I've got the last story. As soon as I'm, kind of bored with Nintendo Land and New Super Mario Bros., that's what's going in next.
I remember, because you had that, I think, very close to launch, but you wanted to wait and, play it up converted or on your Wii U.
Like there's most of the games I want, like Duke mentioned, are coming out after Christmas. So I bought the two I want right now, and then I'll play that one until the other stuff comes out that I want.
Nice.
Yeah, I really want to hear back. That's probably my biggest concern. I want to know how well it does in terms of how good do the Wii games look. They up-res, they look nice and clean and crisp.
I've heard Nintendo say that they will look exactly the same as on the Wii, But then I read an article, same thing, I can't remember what it was, Destructoid joystick, something like that, saying that they actually do upscale, even though Nintendo said they don't.
I'd like to check it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of curious. Still got a couple Wii games around I've not finished up. So
Yeah, if I have enough time too, I've got Xenoblade Chronicles I haven't torn into yet either, so I might have a RPG Fest this Christmas.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Xenoblade's an enormous game.
Great. Well, man, Krabby, sounds like you had a pretty doggone good month with all those cases.
Yeah, I had because of the cases, I had to pass up on a cool little pinball that popped up locally, but hopefully another one will come up in the next year here.
Yeah, those things always seem to pop up from time to time, so I'm sure. Now, I got a few cool things myself this month. When I looked, you ever have that time, guys, where you're like, I don't know, you just kind of think, I kind of had a couple decent things for the month, and then you look back on it, you're like, wow, what? Did I get all that stuff in this last
That
month?
seems like your month every month. Come on.
It's got to stop here at some point in time where I'm just literally going to be, I can't get that lucky that many months in a row. I got to cross off one of the real big ones for me, and that was Gimmick for the Famicom. I've been watching for that game for a really long time. I've kind of had
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. They also did a Scandinavian NES release, Mr. Gimmick.
That one's pretty pricey, isn't it, in comparison?
It is. Oh, and don't get me wrong, Gimmick is not cheap.
But isn't Mr. Gimmick like twice the price of Gimmick?
Mr. Gimmick's pretty silly. But then I think it's kind of suffering from that NES fever that's going around right now.
Sure is.
Yeah. But, I mean, rare Famicom carts don't, unless for, of course, the ultra rare ones, but most part don't seem to be as crazy price affected as like some of the NES stuff is right now. But I picked that up, and it's a great game. I haven't had a lot of time to tear all the way into it, but it's really high quality. Just somebody on Famicom World posted that they were, looking to sell that, and they also had a cart Castlevania, which, if you know Famicom, collecting cart Castlevania is hard to find and expensive, but couldn't afford them both. Definitely wanted Gimmick, so I got that taken care of.
Being the Castlevania guy you are, I'm surprised you went Gimmick over Castlevania, even though I know you wanted that Gimmick.
Yeah, it's just the only big deal, the big draw about the Famicom cart Castlevania is over there it was a disc system release, and then like towards the end of the NES they put a cart version out. And the big draw of the cart version, it has an easy mode, and it's rare, so it goes for considerably more money, especially when you can find it here for a couple dollars.
Right.
And I've got the disc system copy, so eventually maybe, but it's got to wait. I was really happy about that. I'd stopped at my local shop, which I talk about all the time, Game Exchange. That's not too far for me. If you guys have a Game Exchange around, you should go to it. Trust me, you're going to find, if it's anything like mine, good people and good deals. But there I picked up a copy of Chrono Trigger, so I've been watching for a copy of that. It seems to always to me to be more than I want to pay online. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've not checked recently to know what it's going for, but it seemed like it was always like around $60 or something. So I got a good deal on a Chrono Trigger. I also picked up a copy of Super Smash Bros. For N64. I didn't have that one. I grabbed that one too. I've mentioned a couple months back that I picked up a PC Engine, and I didn't have any games or a controller for the thing. So I had a couple eBay bucks that were about to expire, and I thought, oh, okay, let me see if I can skulk around and find like a dirt cheap PC Engine game. And I did. I came across a copy of Space Harrier for next to nothing. So basically it was just shipping is all I had to pay. It didn't cost me much. But now I can verify that it works. I've got Space Harrier. I just need to still find a controller for the doggone thing. The controllers are not cheap. So I'll
same with 3DO.
Yeah.
I find 3DO controllers, like when people sell them individually, are not cheap. Banana helped me out grabbing my second 3DO controller last month.
I need a 3DO and a AES controller aren't cheap, and I think a Vectrex controller are pretty pricey too.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that I'm going to run across one. I've got some posts I put on some places looking for one. We'll see. I'm sure at some point in time I'll either find one or I'll break down and buy an expensive one, but I probably won't do that anytime soon.
Right.
And then I had like I said, they go to the store all the time, and they're really good about talking to me. I'm in there, they know me. I think mentioned before, they put our show on like their iPod playing through the store.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, so we're live in a shop, so that's kind of cool. But I went in one day, and I always kind of ask, like, hey, you guys got anything cool in? I mean, duh, why not, right? And so one of the guys that runs the place, he's kind of looked at me and goes, yeah, I've got something really pretty cool, but I can't exactly, it's not for sale quite yet. We're kind of doing pricing on it. I'm like, well, can you give me like any kind of an idea at all about what it is? I mean, because they know the kind of stuff I've been looking for. And he goes, yeah, it's something you're going to want. And I'm like, okay, really? Is there no? And he's like, well, I just like, I don't know. So it's like, anyway, let me do some talking, come back, and come back in a couple days, and then I'll talk to you. I'll hold it for you. You'll get first crack at it. So I go back, and what they had was somebody had brought in a loose copy of Earthbound, and the thing looks, pretty pristine. It's a very beautiful cart. And I'm guessing, trust me, I know what these places pay. So, the guy probably got a couple bucks, I'm guessing, from the place for it. But they did a very good deal for me on that. So I picked a copy of that up. I was really pretty happy to run across one locally because the prices on that one also, I think, are getting kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that one's really ballooned up there.
Yeah, and to me, what doesn't seem to be, it's not a very rare cart, is it?
Nope.
It's just popular.
Yeah, but I don't know if the prices, I don't know any other popular cart that jumped up that high. Final Fantasy VII did for a while, but it's kind of went back down and become reasonable again.
But anyway, it was really cool. Honestly, I want to see what the hype's about. I want to play the thing here at some point in time and see if it lives up to what everybody keeps saying it is. And I guess I'll get my chance to find out.
It's a fun one. I hope you like it.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out. Some good deals. I got some from so Krabby, you sent me a little gift in the mail, so I get this unexpected little package from you, which I really appreciate.
No problem.
So I opened this up, and Krabby's got like the pre-order set for the Castlevania Portrait of Ruin for DS. It's like this little fold-out thing. It's really kind of cool. It's like this Velcro flap with like the Castlevania, looks like a wax seal on it. And you open the thing up, and it's got like a special stylus and stylus holder thing. It's got the music CD. It's got like a little art book and everything that came with it.
Yeah, I've got one of those. It's really cool. It's got like a little chronology of the series. It's actually a pretty cool little pre-order set, and that little it's got a little plastic case that'll hold the first two. Like at the time, there were only two.
Is that what that is? I thought it was like a stylus holder.
No, yeah, that's you pop that open. It can hold two DS games. So at the time, Portrait of Ruin and Dawn of Sorrow were the only two Castlevania DS games. So that's where your Castlevania games would go.
Oh, see, I'm obviously I'm going to keep it kind of in its original condition and whatnot. So I didn't try to tear it apart to figure out exactly what that was, but
yeah, it's a little two DS cart case.
Cool. Well, Krabby sent me a little note in there, so that was really cool. I really appreciate you kind of send that gift over. You really didn't have to do that, but thank you very much.
Anytime. Yeah, like I know we've mentioned it before, but Duke does a huge majority of the legwork for our podcast, so I wanted to thank him for his hard work, and I know he's a big Castlevania fan, so I hope that finds a home in his collection.
Yeah, and this next thing that you sent me was in the box too. I don't know how on earth you found out about this.
Sneaky.
Because, okay, so Sensei Man that has posted, and he sold over on Famicom World. I bought plenty of stuff from him. I think lots of people did. But he had, a while back, he had like this Joy Card Famicom controller. It's got like adjustable turbo. It's a really good little pad. And I'd asked him about it, and he'd said, well, he tested it, and it didn't seem to work quite right. So he was just going to like sell it as junk or something. He wasn't real comfortable with selling it to me the way it was. So I had just kind of forgot about the thing. And then somehow, Krabby, you find out about it and then buy it. So what happened?
Yeah, just sneaking around, sending some PMs to Sensei Man, asked him if he had any gift ideas, because I know you've bought from him more than once. So I thought he might have an idea of some Famicom stuff he'd be into. He was mostly sold out at the time, but he said there was this controller you were interested in, and I told him to send it my way, and I could see if I could get it working.
Yeah, so I guess the thing was pretty horrible when you got it, right?
It was filthy, yeah. So I just assumed it was pretty dirty.
And it was. And when I got it, it mostly worked. And then what I did actually is I went in, tore it apart, cleaned it out some more, and I swapped the rubber pads from like a regular NES controller into it, and now it works like a gem.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear
it. Worked great. So that was awesome. Totally unexpected stuff out of the blue. Thank you very much. That's pretty cool. And I've used that controller to play quite a bit, actually.
Right on.
It's a good little controller. I like it.
Glad it's getting some use.
Because I, unlike you, don't mind cheating with rapid fire. And then from Techie, I did a trade with Techie, and I finally got a copy of Super Mario RPG, so I don't have to whine like a little girl every show.
Yep. No, now you have to find a different game to whine like a girl about.
Don't worry. I'm sure I'll find more. But so that was really cool.
You really hit the trifecta there for SNES RPGs, eh?
I did. I don't think there's any other. Okay, well maybe like Evermore and then EVO or whatever.
Yeah.
Or EVA, or however you're supposed to say that. But those aren't really too much on my radar, I don't think, in terms of wanting to play. So no, I think I got the really cool ones, definitely. And then like my biggest long distance trade I've ever done, which honestly was more of just let's just see what happens. A couple months ago, I did a trade over on Famicom World with a guy that lives in Bulgaria. He PM'd me, he's like, hey, you've got that complete in box Super Mario 2. I really would like that. Would you want to trade some stuff? And what he's got is like a bunch of like pirate Famicom carts. I guess really big in certain parts of the world. It's just knockoffs. But they're like original games. They're not just like knockoffs of existing games. Well, one of them was. But so I'm like, sure, yeah, I'll send it over to you. You send me the games and we'll just do a trade. So I ship it off, and I don't know. It's been like a couple months. I'd kind of almost got to the point where I'm like, maybe I'm just never going to see anything. Maybe Customs has picked it up, or I have no clue. But I mean, the guy's a real good guy over there. So I mean, even if Customs grabbed it, it was no big deal. I wasn't going to make a fuss about it, just the way it was going to go. But I finally got them in the other day, and so what they are, so imagine NES versions of like some of these games. So one of them is Mortal Kombat.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's like
It's probably similar to the Game Boy Mortal Kombat.
It's not great, but it's playable. I mean, surprisingly, when you play it, you're like, wow, this is Mortal Kombat. I mean, it's not.
Can you do fatalities in it?
I don't know the controls that well.
You gotta post a video if you can of some 8-bit fatalities.
Boy, I'll try. I would be surprised if they're in there, but. It's called Mortal Kombat 5 Pro, but really it's just the first Mortal Kombat. And then I got 2 Harry Potter games. And they're actually, even though the covers look the same, they're 2 separate Harry Potter games. One's like a side-scrolling platformer, where you're like Harry Potter and you like punch and kick the crap out of people. And the other one is like this like a flying shooting game where you're like on a broom and it's a shooter. It's really kind of strange. And there's also amazing. This is the one that got me. That's amazing. Earthworm Jim.
8-bit.
Yeah, and it looks good.
Okay, I need to check that out. I love Earthworm Jim. That sounds awesome.
The control is wonky. It's not great, but I mean, playing it and looking at it, you're like, this is Earthworm Jim. I was pretty impressed. It looks pretty good for an NES port of that game, and Earthworm Jim looked good. So bravo to whatever Chinese pirate came up. I mean, it was really good. The other one says FIFA. It's just like Nintendo World Cup soccer or something, but those are really cool. I like those little things. They're really odd, quirky. You're like, how on earth would they make this work on the Nintendo? Yeah, they're weird, but they work. They're kind of fun. I also finally took enough time to put in a bunch of Club Nintendo codes, and I finally got Game & Watch Ball.
I've been saving up too. I'm getting close to all my Wii U points, so I should have one before too much longer.
Are you going for the ball also?
Yeah, they're putting the gold nunchuck back on, but it's 900 points, so then I'll have to start over for my ball again for like the 3rd time. So I think I'm just gonna grab the ball.
Yeah, 900 is a bit. I mean, I have one, and I'm really glad I have one, but 900 is kind of steep.
Yeah, now, Bill, you posted, I think, back that it was available again, right? How do you hear that quick?
I was on. I think it was Nintendo actually tweeted it,
Oh, cool.
and I just happened to be at my work. Like at work, I'm lucky enough where like I kind of have a. Sometimes when like my work is kind of done, I can just be sitting there at my station like waiting for like a support call to come in, and I just have TweetDeck up and running, and so I just happened to be sitting there when the tweet hit, and it's just hey, gold nunchucks are back, and I threw it right up on RFGen, and I went back, and there was like 2 or 3 people when we were talking about it a while ago who didn't have enough points to get it, and I shot them both PMs, so hopefully they've got their points all counted up and ready, and they're gonna grab it on day after tomorrow.
Awesome. Cool. Very good. And then lastly, I just got in, little like the other day, my copy of Nintendo's the Homebrew World Championship 2012 from Nintendo Age.
Now, I want to hear about this, because I'm not familiar with the homebrew scene, and this cart looks really cool.
It is pretty cool. They're going to actually make a regular edition available through RetroZone, so if you didn't get in on the special edition, no big deal. You can still get a copy. But what they've done is it's basically just like Nintendo World Championships, where there's multiple carts on the game, and there's a timer, and there's dip switches. But all they've done is they've taken some homebrew games and put them on instead of like the Nintendo games.
Oh.
So what you've got is a collection of 4 different homebrew games. Again, you can set the dip switches for how much time to play. You get a cumulative score at the end of it, and that's it. So it's kind of cool.
And how many carts did they run through this special edition?
The special edition, I want to say, had a run of 60 carts because they were auctioning off 50, and I think there might have been like 10 or 20 that went to like the people that developed it or whatever.
Right.
So not under 100 carts
Okay.
altogether. And then, like I said, the regular edition is going to be out through RetroZone soon. So if you still want to get a copy, you can do that. You'll just have to watch out for it over there.
And they're really great to buy from. I've bought from them before.
Yeah. And the special edition just comes with like a case with like a thing. It's numbered. It's got the manual and it says special Nintendo Age edition and whatnot on it. But cool. I haven't got a chance to play it yet. I really want to kind of plug it in. Hopefully this weekend, now that things are dying down, I'll get a chance to do that. But looks pretty cool. So, whew, that's all right. That's me for a month.
Wow.
I'll shut up now.
Let's see how Bill stacks up now. Come on. What you got?
Well, it won't take that long. It's a couple of good purchases. I mentioned earlier Noise Redux with his like a month or so ago. I decided that I hadn't had any good scores in a while, and I wanted to kind of refocus my collection on Nintendo. So I looked at my collection and I said, it's really cool having the Sega CD and Saturn stuff, but it's just not where my passion is. So I decided to keep the games I really like and kind of sell a bunch of the rest of them. So that's how Tin Star got his Rayman, and Noise Redux, being another big Sega guy on the site, shot me something and said, hey, like, I'd be interested in a whole bunch of these. So and since he was a little short on, we all go shopping every once in a while, so he was short on spending money. So I said, well, let me just hold him. I'll hold him for you for a few weeks, like whatever. Just I'm not in a rush. Just let me know. And after like a week or so, he's like, yeah, I feel bad. Like I really don't have the money to grab him right now. But he said, but I do have an eStarland credit, and I noticed that you want some NES stuff. So do you want to go shopping on eStarland's website, and I will ship that stuff to you, and then you ship me the Sega stuff? And I said, this is my kind of guy.
Yeah.
This is let's make a deal.
Yeah.
So I went to the website where he had a largish credit, and I picked out the dollar amount that we agreed on, and he had them ship the stuff straight to me, and I'm shipping him his Sega CD games.
Awesome.
Saturn as well. So Galactic Attack, Bubble Bobble, Rainbow Islands, a couple other Saturn Sega CD games, and I ended up getting a couple of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 for the Genesis complete, which I've been looking for a while, and it's in really, really good shape.
I saw the picture.
Crazy.
That looks good.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was it's kind of an elusive one, kind of later in the lifespan. Cardboard, they don't hold up quite as well, but very nice shape. Crazy Taxi 2 for the Dreamcast. How to Win at Nintendo.
Jeff Rovin.
Those Jeff Rovin
Those
books.
books are so awesome.
And oh my god! And I'm just leafing through it, and it's great because there's no pictures. You have to read about the, and it's great because it's like all the stuff that you kind of know as like as a Nintendo kid is like common knowledge. Like, yeah, like you have to punch King Hippo in the face when he opens his mouth, and you have to hit him in the stomach. But the way he writes about it, like I really try to put myself back in like 1985 or 86 or whatever, and read this book. Like, a lot of people will try to go after King Hippo. He's got way too much stamina for that. Like, it's really cool reading about all these old games. So I'd really love to get the other ones.
Castlevania 2 description in there. It's just this huge wall of text. There's like no indentation in it. It's nuts.
Definitely worth picking up the other copies.
I think I'm actually gonna just like, I don't know if I'll read cover to cover, but I will definitely pick this up and read like a random like game, a few pages here and there. It's really, really interesting.
And he did like some Game Boy ones too, so check him out.
Yes. Yeah, he's done a bunch, but he's great. Also grabbed another hockey game for the growing hockey collection, NHL Blades of Steel '99 for the N64. And that one's all these are complete actually.
Okay, now tell me, Bill. So, I got a question because I saw that game actually in that retro shop the other day. Is it good?
I haven't fired it up yet.
Okay.
It's
let me know.
I don't remember, it being, really talked about when it came out. Like there's a handful of hockey games that people actually kind of pay attention to when they come out, like even back in like the 16 and 64-bit days, but I don't remember this one getting a lot of attention. So I'll give it a try. I'll let you know.
Well, Blades of Steel was great, so I would if it's similar to that would be cool.
Yeah, it's I mean, having not fired it up, I can't say, but I don't know. I just have this. People who know me know I'm a hockey guy, even though we don't have any hockey right now. But I do have this kind of growing subset of NHL games, and they're really easy to collect because they're not expensive. So you can find them for like $1 or $2 most places. So then you just end up with this great, kind of like a little hockey set. So, but so the Mortal Kombat, Crazy Taxi, How to Win Nintendo, Blades of Steel, and I think Othello. I think those were the ones that all came from the Noise Redux sale trade. Well, yeah, and you know what it was? I pulled up East Starland. Okay, if anyone from East Starland is listening, you need to make your site so that I can just look at games that have like the box instructions and the cart. Like they list every single game, and you can't look at all. You have to like look at like 10 items at a time. Whoa. And also like underneath it, it'll say like no box, no manual, no box, no manual, no box, no manual. And so you have to like look at it was just a really bad way to browse around. But yeah, I just went down and I looked through like all 300 games they had, and I just picked out like the only ones they had complete that I didn't already own. And Sky Shark. Oddly enough, they had Sky Shark, just the box and the cart, and I had the Sky Shark manual, so that completed that one for me. And the other purchase I made was from a Nintendo Age, a guy who was he was going for a complete NES collection, and he decided to give up and just keep the ones that he really likes.
Smart man.
Because he didn't play anything else.
Not rich.
So right, exactly, yeah. So Deja Vu, a handful of semi uncommons like Overlord, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It's the Taito. It's not the Ubisoft, which is the more uncommon one. But still pretty cool one to grab. Tombs and Treasure, Heavy Barrel, Cabal, and Super Pitfall. I know everyone loves. So so it's a good little, and then a couple of common American Gladiators, Operation Wolf. A couple of common ones, Wall Street Kid. But it's just nice to get like a nice dozen and a half complete games to clean up and throw in the collection.
You should play Wall Street Kid and let me know what you think. I like that one.
Yeah, no, I've actually heard from a few people they like it. I think we've mentioned before on the show, I thought it was rare because the first time I saw it at a flea market, I had never seen it before, but then come to find out, like, no, you see these things fairly often.
Yeah, how did that thing get to be a common game, right? Who goes, I'm going to buy for Jimmy Wall Street Kid.
Yep. Wall Street
Sounds great. I want him to be smart when he grows up.
Yep. I actually really like Deja Vu, believe it or not. Like, I don't know if I have a feeling that a lot of kids may not have liked it, like because they're expecting like action or platforming, and then you get this game started and you're like, what the hell is this? Like, what are we doing here? But I actually really enjoy Deja Vu.
Cool. I've not played through it. I think Krabby and I have talked about maybe doing a playthrough of that sometime.
Definitely.
Now you got a little bit more there, right, Bill?
So Krabby, who decided, you know what? since we don't have Black Friday here, I'm gonna give a Canadian Black Friday a gift package to my co-hosts over here. So and this is really cool. 'Cause what was it, Crab? Like a month ago, you had picked up NHL Slapshot at like a GameStop.
It was
or something?
along with all those Buzz games that I got for $1. They had really cheap, the big boxed NHL Slapshots with the thing to stick your Wii remote in.
Yeah, and so again, like I was actually working at Best Buy when this game came out, and I remember looking at it and thinking, oh, that would be a really cool one to grab, and just to throw in again, like my little little hockey collection. So and I totally forgot that I had another NES lot, just a local Craigslist lot. It was like three like Nintendo decks and like maybe like a dozen, maybe a little bit more than that, like pretty common carts. And like the same day, the package from Krabby showed up, so he sent me a black box game that I didn't have. It was is weird. It was an FCI black box game though. It wasn't one of those Nintendo black box games. And when you were talking about your favorite cover art earlier, I thought you were going to say
It's
this
up there.
game, the Hide Lied.
Kirby loves
box,
Hide
Oh man, it is good, and that is a dragon and a man. And they are just going at it. It's and believe it or not, I've never played that game either, so I'm actually gonna fire that one up and play it.
Let me know if the first little blob in the game kills you or not.
Okay. Oh, kind of like Super Pitfall?
Yeah,
I died
it's
in
like
the first
go,
enemy.
and you're dead within 5 seconds of turning it off.
Yeah. I think Deadly Towers was like that for me. I turned it on, and like enemies are like flying across the screen and like hit me, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be that kind of game. So, but NHL Slapshot, and I'd have to do a little bit of research, but there is French on the cover of this game. I don't know if this is like a North American box or if this is a Canadian variant, but once I verify that, I'll throw it in the database if it's not already there. But I got my boy, got Gretzky right on the cover, and it's really cool because the Gretzky that's on the cover of the NHL Slapshot is like modern day Gretzky, but the Gretzky that's on the cover of like the actual like the DVD case, like the Wii case, is like 1984 Gretzky. So you can kind of see like this is how far he's come. But it's actually pretty cool. I fired it up just real quick because like I threw it in the Wii and we were actually like heading out to something, and it's the best when like Sarah comes down and we have to go somewhere and she's like, "Are you ready yet?" I'm just playing a game. But it's even better when I have like a video game hockey stick controller and she walks in and she's like, "Are you ready to go?" And I'm like imaginary slap-shotting pucks at the TV.
Just go, oh my God, I'm married to such a dork.
Yeah. No, yeah, and she starts walking, she like looks at me, rolls her eyes, walks out of the room, and I was like, "No, don't be mad. I'm sure we can get another one. Don't worry."
Is that the ride right after that you asked her if you could listen to the Collectorcast in the car?
Yeah, that was earlier. If you didn't see that on the Collectorcast thread, I think all of our wives are happy that we're doing something that makes us happy and just don't want to be involved beyond that.
My wife's always like, I plugged in your headphones for your little blog thing tonight.
My
wife just gonna roll her eyes. Have fun, dear. I'm gonna be in bed.
So yeah. So yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to that NES lot that I mentioned earlier. That's when the same day that it was a weird day. It was like the Craigslist lot, the Panasonic 3DO controller from Banana came in, the package from Krabby came in. I love when you get like 3 or 4 things in the mail on the same day. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I just really like the picture that it's like just your hand holding up like the Wii Slapshot controller
in front of your little hockey
thing, just like it's like a scepter, like yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if you could tell or not, but that's if you look closely, like just to the left of my hand, there's a wine bottle, and on that wine bottle it says number 99, which you can kind of read, and that is a bottle of Wayne Gretzky wine. He owns I don't know what do you call it, a winery or a vineyard, like whatever, but we're driving to Toronto a couple years ago, and as we're driving, we see a sign that says Wayne Gretzky Winery, like next exit. And we're like, no, it can't be the Wayne Gretzky, and we stopped there, and sure enough, he's got one. So we had a bottle, it's pretty good, and I kept it because it's got like his like auto pen signature on it. And then right next to that, we have an actual autographed Wayne Gretzky puck. So yeah, it was we're a hockey family, so we always appreciate any any cool hockey stuff. So appreciate that very much.
Keep that in mind, because I'm not a big hockey fan. So any hockey stuff I can export out of the country to you is going to come your way now.
I thought I offended Krabby. One of the first PMs we had between each other, like when I noticed he had a Canadian flag next to his thing, I remember sending him like say like, hey, I like hopefully I'm not like judging you like before I meet
totally
you. But
stereotyping
I noticed I was like, I noticed you're Canadian. I can't find anyone to play like NHL 13 with or 12 with online. So not only did I find like a Canadian non-hockey fan, but one who like doesn't have Xbox Live or any of the. So he was like, "Yeah, no, I don't like hockey."
Unfortunately,
so right off the bat, Krabby was thinking, "Oh God, this Bill guy."
Yeah. Why do they think we all love hockey?
Because we do. I'm quite the oddity up here.
That's all right. I live in Indiana and I don't like basketball, so
I can feel your pain.
Yeah. So that's but yeah, that I'll save it for Duke, but the NES lot on Craigslist, it did have something for Duke in it. It hasn't made it to him yet, so I'll wait for him to share that with you guys when he gets it.
I'm hoping for a big lot of silent service cards.
Well, with you probably I could. Hey, it hasn't gone out yet. If you want me to sell it, and then just get you the equivalent number of silent service cards instead.
I think that would almost be as entertaining. Almost, I would just have a pallet of silent service cards show up at my house.
I'll do it. Don't even say it.
Okay, no. All right, well, as usual, guys, we love seeing your scores. It gives us a lot to talk about, obviously, and it makes the show go. So thanks so much for putting your stuff in, and we look forward to more of it next month. All right, well, everybody, we wanted to take a moment to talk a little bit about a first in a series that we'd like to do that's about just getting started collecting with different systems. So, and we're going to start by kind of dragging out all of our favorite, and that would be the NES, the Nintendo Entertainment System. I think kind of the reason we kind of thought about this is that it's kind of scary. We were talking, and at least I know definitely I'm old enough that there are people that are starting to collect now that weren't alive or were extremely young when the NES came out and really don't have much exposure to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not one of those things where I feel old about it or anything, but it's just one of those things that since I grew up with it, I just kind of take it as a given that that's how people grew up, like with a Nintendo in the house, and just to think that, like my sister-in-law was born in 95. So, it's just crazy for me to think that, then like that was such a big part of growing up. Like I still remember the Christmas when we got it. I remember the Nintendo games we got every year after that. We got a Nintendo game when we got good grades on our report card. Like it was part of growing up.
Yeah, and so Krabby, you've got like this gaming thing, right, that you've at least had a few people show up to. I mean, do you have anybody that's young enough that really just doesn't know NES much?
No, they're all close to my age or older. There's really no youngins showing up there.
But, I mean, I see that, like on a lot of message boards, though, like what was on Racket Boy or something a little while back, there's somebody that posted through it, I just played Legend of Zelda for the first time ever. And then I'm like, wow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I did I was on a podcast maybe a couple of years ago, and there was a girl who was a little bit younger than me, but still, could have played it when it came out. And I know it's a different system, but she mentioned that she was playing Ocarina of Time on the 3DS, and she said for the first time. And I said, wait, just to clarify, you mean you're playing it for the first time on your 3DS, or you've never played the game before? She's like, no, I've never played it before. And I said, you didn't, like, not even, like, you never had an N64? Like, no, it didn't appeal to me.
Wow. Yeah. See, that's the thing to us. I mean, that have been kind of awash in it for a long time. This just seems like this should be almost a given. But I mean, that's it. We've got new people that are coming over to RF Gen. A lot of these are younger folks, and they're grew up more with around the PlayStation 2 even, and so digging back into these older libraries can be pretty interesting. So kind of what we wanted to do is just kind of give you, as a listener, an overview. Now, for you people that listen, maybe this is old hat. You'll just go, okay, well, NES, yeah, I got it. But hopefully we'll talk about a few things that might interest you that you may not know or not think about. And really, we're going to try to appeal to those people that maybe are just picking a few games up in a lot or kind of getting started, what to look for. So let's start by talking a little bit about the systems itself, right? So I'm just kind of curious. So Bill, you said, you remember getting your system. Do you remember what it was? Was it like deluxe set? Was it action set?
Absolutely remember. It was the deluxe set. We had Rob the Robot. We had Gyromite, Duck Hunt, Mario Brothers. I remember playing it at like cousins' houses. And my parents grabbed a couple extra games as well. I remember being at like my cousins' houses and playing like at the like the Thanksgiving parties and the Christmas parties like that year, like before obviously before Christmas. And I remember playing specifically Castlevania. I asked my cousin, can I play Transylvania? And he said, well, you can play Castlevania. And so I played that. I remember playing Punch-Out and dying and getting so upset and then having my cousin have to like, no, you can do it. Come on, do this. And he was like coaching me through it. I remember, all the memories start to blur together, but like, playing Ninja Turtles and, like me and my brother waking up early to, run downstairs like every morning, like, that we could. It just, and being so young, I didn't realize the Nintendo was attached to a television set. I thought that the television set was part of the Nintendo.
Oh.
So that when my parents, so when we tore open this box and it was a Nintendo, I yelled, "It's going in my room!" And there's no TV in my room. My parents were like, no, it has to go down here. I was like, no, I want it in there. And they were like, well, it has to, and this is back when TVs were furniture, like big wooden things that are, the screen's 3 inches off the floor. Oh man, it was just a fantastic time. We were, in Metroid and baseball. And like, I remember going to holiday parties where were like 30 or 40 people, like in their, 20s and 30s were crowded around this little TV having like baseball tournaments. And it's like, it was just the coolest thing. And there's just that entire time period just really cemented Nintendo. The NES in particular is just, probably my best gaming memory time period of all time.
Wow. Yeah. Do you remember what year it was that you got it, or can you estimate?
I've been looking for literally months now. I keep bugging my dad. He's got all the home videos
Awesome.
in the attic somewhere. And they're supposed to, and most of them are listed Christmas, like the Christmas tape is listed, but he said he showed some people like some of the videos, so they're like kind of like out of order. So he's in the process right now of taking those Christmas videos and like converting them to. He's got an iMac and he's like throwing like a little like a movie montage together. So once I get all the Christmas videos organized, I'm gonna create like a little history of my Nintendo Christmases video and throw it on a blog or something. But
that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. So, what about you, Krabby? What was your exposure in the beginning?
A used action set from a distant cousin who was leaving town. Yeah. My dad bought it for cheap. And yeah, we just had what came with the action set. Nothing else.
So just Super Mario Brothers, or?
Yeah, once we'd beaten Mario Brothers, which we had a great time with. We really didn't touch it. And then we went to visit one of my closer cousins for the summer, and I saw him and his friends. Like, he was older than me, so he was always the cool cousin who had all these awesome toys, and just everything he did was amazing. And him and his buddies were playing Mega Man 2 when I went over there. And I sat and watched them for like hours, and then I really didn't know the Nintendo had other games for it. I thought it was, we just played Mario and that was it.
I'd love to come back to that. I'm gonna make a note.
So I saw this game and just blew me away. And then he takes me upstairs after all his friends left because he can't look too uncool hanging out with the young guy while they're there. And he's got, stacks of tips and tricks guides. He's got a power glove. He's got, a dozen games sitting there. Like, it's just unreal. He just showed me all these wicked things you could do. He showed me all the, like, we'd beaten Mario, but I didn't know, you could get fireballs when you're little. So he's showing me these things and warp levels I didn't know about. And it's just unreal.
So do you have an idea about what year that was or around what time frame?
That would have been about 89 or 90.
Okay, so a little later after it had been out for a while.
Yeah, that's why we got it used from a relative, because it was, they probably got a Genesis or something by that time.
Cool. Me personally, my cousin, my dad used to live in Oklahoma, and I would go out there for the summer and spend like a month. And my cousin he had gotten for Christmas an NES with Super Mario Bros. He'd got, the deluxe set. I mean, he had, the standard deluxe set. And so he must have gotten it right off the bat, and it doesn't surprise me because they had money. But so he probably got that Christmas of '86, and we played it like summer of '87. And I don't think you could probably peel me off that thing. I mean, that's all I remember that summer. Just every instant I could, we were sitting there playing. And so, of course, when I got back to town, all I wanted for Christmas was a Nintendo. And but for Christmas, we were not wealthy people, so I didn't get the deluxe set. I got the control deck with Super Mario Brothers. And I also remember for that Christmas, very vivid. I also got Rad Racer and Star Voyager, which is horrible.
Yeah, I've never known anyone who had Star Voyager except for, like back then. I mean,
it was atrocious. I tried really hard, but I never could figure it out as a kid. And I also got another controller, but it was like this Epix controller. We'll talk more about some of these things a little later. It was really kind of weird controller. And then I got, because my birthday is like right after Christmas, so I got some birthday money. And so I went out and after saving up a little bit, I remember I picked up the original Mario Brothers, and then Zelda. And then once I got Zelda, just forget about it. And then eventually, I think Metroid that I picked up. But my cousin, being a little older than I was, so like next year when I go back out, of course, this is getting old to him, and he doesn't care so much. So that was great because I just got a ton of these games from him. They didn't really care about. I got his Rob. I've got, Gyromite. I got Ring King, Pro Wrestling, and stuff that he didn't really care too much about. And I don't remember. I traded him some other junk that I didn't care about. And that's why I think I've mentioned before, I've still got that Rob that's from way back then, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, we've all said it before, but I think one of the coolest things is having something that was actually the thing that you had when you were younger. And unfortunately, I don't have anything that I had when I was younger. Maybe a couple things, but I don't think anything from the NES era. So I think it's pretty well established that the three of us are pretty sincere Nintendo people. But so if we're gonna start talking about if you're gonna start getting into Nintendo and you maybe didn't grow up with it. So we mentioned the hardware that we had. There's the action set, the deluxe set, and there are all of the different variations are listed in the RF Gen database. So the only main reason it's actually not a hardware variation in case you're looking for different sets of hardware, it's really just the bundle. And the only way that would really make sense as to a collector is if you're going for system boxes.
Yeah.
And everyone loves system boxes. They're really cool. So you just got to have the room to display them, especially with Nintendo boxes. They're slightly larger, just because of how big that toaster is, and the Rob that goes in there, and the set with the power pad packed in was kind of a big box. So those are things you can look for if you're trying to get like a system box display going. But I would say that the action set is actually fairly common box to find and not terribly expensive. Do you guys say that?
Yeah, if I used to say things, it's usually action sets anymore.
Yeah, that's definitely the most I've found up here too.
to say, if you're looking, so there's the original launch set, which that's all you could get in the beginning, right? Had Rob, which is basically what turned into the deluxe set.
Right.
You got Rob, you got Gyromite, you got the Zapper, you got the control deck, and then you got the 3 separate carts. You got Duck Hunt, you got Super Mario Brothers, and you got Gyromite. And then they've seen, I've never seen this personally, but I've seen pictures now on Nintendo Age that there was a variation of that deluxe set that actually had Stack Up stuck in it.
Yeah, I think I remember pointing that out to you a while back, and I had never seen it before. You had never seen it before. We thought it might have been like a clamshell, like a bundle deal, but there's actually like a sticker on the box that says Stack Up included, like in the box.
Yeah, I would say those of you out there, if you're ever out and you're doing your hunting, that would probably be, as far as system sets, a launch set and that Stack Up set would probably be like the holy grails of box sets to find.
I love the launch set box. It's got that really awesome Rob face on it.
Yeah, just that, the big Rob face. So originally it ended up becoming the deluxe set. So the original sets didn't say the word. That's what, when you look in the database, you'll see deluxe set without the system picture, and it doesn't say a deluxe set on it. And then the later ones did say deluxe set.
Yeah, and then you also had the action set, which we've talked about, which was just the deck, Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, and the Zapper, which later on became like the combo cart, Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, right? And then you had the control deck, which was just the system. You didn't even get a game that came with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was
The power set.
Yeah, the power set, right? So that one was it had Power Pad in it, and then that had the combo cart, right?
Yeah, the 3 games, the Mario Duck Hunt and World Class Track Meet.
And had Zapper, and all the systems, as far as I know, only came with 1 controller. Was that right, or am I remembering
I
wrong?
thought the deluxe came with 2.
Did it? It might have. I may not remember.
I could be wrong. I could double check that. And then there's one more that I almost forget about sometimes because I never see them. But there was a sports set.
Oh yeah, you're right. There it was, the sports set.
And that came with the 4-player adapter. They came out later.
4-score.
Yeah, the 4-score. They came out later in the NES's life cycle. I did see one. I have seen one of those. I think it was on Craigslist. It didn't last very long. It's one of those things that's when you're looking for Nintendo stuff, especially stuff that's not terribly common, it can be tricky to price these things or to know you're getting a good deal. You always have to go back to, do I feel good about what I spent for this? And that's kind of the gauge of if you're happy with it or not. But a lot of times, a lot of sellers will do a little research. They'll search for something on eBay, and if they don't find any, they think, oh, well, this thing must be super rare. I'm going to charge a lot for it. And sometimes, they just don't do that. So you're going to find that as you get out there and start exploring, and kind of figuring out, where your hotspots are or not. But system boxes are definitely, you definitely will find a few searching locally. It's going to be hard if you're going for more than a few to find everything locally. So you probably got to start looking online as well.
Yeah, and boxes and styro. All right, just making sure you got it all.
Yeah, I mean, if you even if you don't want to keep a system stored in the box, I mean, the styro helps to keep its shape. It gives a little bit of weight. There's almost always someone looking for styro, and of course, very few people want to sell their styro out of that. So, if you ever find a box without the inserts or the styro that's inside, and you think to yourself, I'll find that later. Bless you that you think that that's a thing that you can do. Like you might. It's not impossible, but there are not threads full of people selling styro.
No. It's a matter of fact to the point where I'm almost shocked that people don't reproduce the styro. But
yeah, I mean, you got people like Tusk who do the just the little styrofoam blocks for the games.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's something where if you're not going to store a system in there, it doesn't need to have all the same nooks and crannies. It just needs to be generally the shape of the the folded out box.
Yeah.
There's actually a couple that you're forgetting too. There's the challenge set with the Mario 3 pack-in.
That's right.
Oh, that was a later one.
Yeah, it was late.
And then there was the basic set that had no game and just the system.
That was just the control
right?
deck. That was the control deck.
No, there was a separate one just called the basic set.
Huh. Now I just remember that being called the control deck.
I'm pretty sure the control deck.
That had Super Mario Brothers, right? The control deck?
Yeah, and the basic
this
set
one-
had no games.
Oh,
It just
I see.
had
Just a
the
bare
system.
console.
Yeah.
Okay. That probably was a little later than too, right?
I think it was a couple years in, but I don't think it was really late. Not like the challenge set.
And then you have the top loader, the
the
two.
Right. Yeah, but
Everyone's favorite.
before we get to the second variation, I just want to go real quick back to something Krabby said, where and I've heard this before, and I never really thought of it until recently, is that it just how synonymous Mario was with Nintendo.
Yeah.
And how there are people and families and large groups of people who thought that there weren't other games. It was just the Mario machine. You would just turn this machine on and Super Mario Brothers came up.
After you blew on the cartridge about 15 times.
Well, that's all we had. So that cartridge didn't come out of our machine.
Right.
You just pushed power and you played Mario.
Yeah, it was like, what is that door on the front for? Oh, it's like if you got to air it out once in a while. Don't worry about that. But yeah, so there was many different releases. But if anyone's out there looking for different variations, the infamous NES 001 model, that's
the Super Uber.
The first one
original.
off the production line. So yeah, I mean it's the hardware is basically the same until they came out with that top loading model, which gets a little bit higher of a price tag on it, but definitely worth it if you can grab one.
Yeah, and I don't know about you guys personally though. They're cool to have, but I don't ever play on mine.
Yeah, you know why? When I before I had a Famicom, I would use it to play Famicom carts because because it's easier to with the carts being shorter and everything with the what do you call it, the adapter cart.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to get those in the Famicom as opposed to the front loader. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if you don't need to use the top loader specifically, yeah, I mean, I would rather use my Old Faithful.
That's the only reason I want a top loader right now is to use that converter that Banana sent me.
Or we could just get you a Famicom.
Yeah, or we could.
They're pretty cheap, Krabby. It's just not a big deal. Cheaper than
pretty sleek looking though.
They are very nice.
Yeah, and we will get into controllers in a little bit, but that was there were several official controllers during the big toaster NES model, but then you switched over to that dog bone style controller. But we'll talk about all that once we get through some of the hardware discussion.
Yeah, so for your average beginning collector, you're probably not going to find a box set of any kind. You're probably just going to end up with a plain old, what's referred to as the toaster, because you have to kind of push the cartridge down in the thing. But you're just going to end up with a standard NES console. Zappers are dirt cheap. You're probably going to run into one of those, and then the standard controllers, right? That's what you really need to get started.
Right. Almost every system I've ever seen on Craigslist or locally, like flea market, garage sale, whatever, it's going to be a cardboard box full of all the stuff that family or individual used to have.
Yeah.
And you're going to get a system. You're going to get some connection cables, kind of like rolled into a ball. And you're going to get probably the same 10 or 15 games in almost every lot you're going to find, and then with like a handful of stragglers like outside of that. Like, oh, I haven't seen that one before. It's like, oh, there's another Tiger Heli.
Yeah.
So
another silent service.
But yeah, you're going to get, I mean, and that's the thing, is for a very small amount of money, it's so easy. It's easy to get in, it's hard to get out. But for, like $20-$30, you can get a really decent setup with maybe a handful of nice titles.
Sure. And when you're looking at picking something up locally, understand that these machines, and no doubt, if you're new to the party, you may not know, but everybody else has probably heard of the nightmares of the connector and whatnot. So I'm really not trying to say this to toot my own horn. Buy from whoever you want, but when I package them up to sell them, I do some maintenance on them to make sure that connector is good, and I disable the lockout chip, which is also a source of nightmares. Now, there's other sellers out there that do that too. If you're going to go online and buy, that's where I would push you towards if you're going to pick one of the machines up.
Right, especially to a collector forum. I mean, there are some good sellers on eBay, But most you're going to get the best luck on a collector forum, whether it be RF Generation or any of the numerous other really good ones, as long as you look at that user's feedback. Because people are going to talk about what kind of experience they had specifically with systems and games and shipping and pricing and all that stuff. But yeah, the collector forums are where you're gonna pay a tiny bit more than what what you probably could find something at a in someone's garage, but it's gonna work, and it's probably gonna work better than even if you found a nice one.
Yeah, and whichever your seller, if you're going online, the questions, if you're new to this, would be either has the pin connector been refurbished or has it been replaced? Because that's kind of the direction you want to go. Or if you're willing to, learn how to do it yourself. There's plenty of videos on eBay. It's very, I'm sorry,
On YouTube.
and it's very easy to do. It's not difficult at all.
Right.
Another question I would ask is, if it's somebody that's technically inclined, has the lockout chip been disabled? It's also very simple to do if you do the homework. Well worth doing if you ask me. It keeps the blinkies away.
Yep. It's probably worth to mention, just since we're talking about the hardware real quick, the power adapter for the original NES. It's important to use that power adapter. Remember, Duke, when you were explaining the difference between...
Okay, usually, actually it's kind of, I think you're on the right track, but what the deal is that the AC adapter for the NES outputs AC power, not DC. So it's great to use it on that model, on the US NES models. But a regular DC adapter that puts out the same power works fine too. So you can use a Sega Genesis power cord. Never, ever, ever use an NES power adapter on anything else, including a Japanese Famicom or a Genesis.
Or a Sega CD. Yeah, that's what I was getting at, is that NES adapter doesn't do what a lot of kind of like standard or like replacement AC adapters that are you can buy at a store does. So it's really good just to kind of keep that in mind so that you don't end up frying something.
And if you have multiple systems, my recommendation would be take that NES adapter that you've got, pack it away, so you're not even going to be tempted to accidentally plug it into anything. Use your Sega Genesis power adapter, or go buy a $5 generic replacement. Almost every system under the sun that's old like that seems to take that same power adapter that the original Genesis did. So it's a good investment anyway.
Right. And the Genesis was the same one for the I believe the Sega CD and the Master System
Model 1.
Mm-hmm. So it's pretty much everything before the Genesis 2 used the same connection.
Yeah, and you can use it for your NES. You can use it on a PC Engine. I'm pretty sure you can use it on TurboGrafx. It's all the same stuff. So yeah, beware. I just hide those things when I get them. I don't, and I'll sell them to people when they want them. That's fine. Just don't mix that thing up.
Right. So as far as controllers go, by far the most common is going to be your standard old square Nintendo controller. Yep.
Yeah.
And you're going to have those, at some point, especially if you're buying lots, systems in lots, because sometimes that's the only way you can get someone to sell you their games, is if you buy everything they have. So you're going to end up with duplicate systems, lots of controllers, extra power cables, and you can, definitely trade those away, part those out, sell those to kind of, feed the habit, so you're, not just spending money and not making any back. So you're going to get a lot of regular NES controllers, but there's a handful of pretty interesting, both first-party Nintendo controllers and as well as third-party controllers. And I think, Duke, you have a keen eye for additional controllers for the NES.
I do. I like to collect quite a bit. So, there's a wide range, like Bill mentioned, of first-party controllers. But there's a couple things you want to keep in mind about this. First-party controllers are all pretty well and good. I know, Krabby, that's what you still game with, right? Just the ugly, chunky one?
I love it, yeah. It's comfortable.
Bill, what do you use regularly?
For the NES, for almost every system, I prefer first party. If we ever get into a different a system, I will talk about my. There are a few third parties that I like, but for NES, it's more often than not, better than 90% of the time, it's the regular old brick. I do have an NES Advantage, which is the arcade style joystick, that are also very common.
Mhm.
When you're out looking for things, you'll find them in every second or third lot you go in. Most people had one. I usually just I'll bring that thing out for something like Double Dragon, something like an arcade, like beat 'em up. Like I really do like playing those with the arcade stick. I've said this before, and everyone's got their, I know some people don't like this controller. I got the NES Max for Christmas, which is a small first-party controller that looks a little like a miniature boomerang.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple. It's got like two, the A and the B button, and it's also got like a A and B turbo. So let me explain this correctly. So the standard NES buttons on the standard controller as well as the Max, the surface of the button is concave. It kind of dips in. And that's kind of how I like my buttons. The turbo buttons are convex. They kind of bubble out towards you. So I kind of got used to the different tactile sensation that I got from that. The turbo buttons, they were kind of a feature that were, for some reason, whether they were popular with players in the 80s or whether it was like an advertising thing, there were a lot of games that required you to run fast by pressing buttons as quickly as you could. So the controller manufacturers, Nintendo included, decided it would be a good idea. Hey, let's make a turbo button that if you just hold it, it presses the button like 30 times a second. So you would play track and field, and they would blow the whistle, and instead of both players feverishly hitting these buttons as fast as they could, both players would just go dink and just hold the turbo buttons for a while. So their popularity kind of died off. But what I really like about the NES Max is that D-pads are great, D-pads are cool, but the NES Max had this kind of little circular, like little thumb pad.
Yeah, the cycloid is what they called it.
Oh, they call it the cycloid. So
Yeah.
if you see it, it's pretty interesting. So it's circular, and it's got kind of a almost like an analog-y kind of feel to it. But it would just depress the 8-way or the 4-way switch beneath. And I don't know. I just we asked for the what was that Acclaim third-party wireless controller set? The
remote control.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was called something. It was called double. I don't know. Double.
Oh yeah, double player.
Yeah, it was double player. They called it. Now the commercial for that thing, when they would press it, lasers would come out of the controller, and so they was playing like WrestleMania. Lasers would come out of the controller and hit like Hulk Hogan in the face, and then it knocked him down. So me as a kid, I'm like, I want the controller that shoots lasers. Like, who wouldn't want that? So my mom went to the store and she came back with the NES Max, and I'm like, the hell is this? Like a little boomerang thing. And she was like, I told the guy you wanted the laser controller, and he said every single one they've sold, people have returned because they say they don't work. They don't shoot lasers.
Yeah, they are junk, actually.
So that's how I ended up with the Max, and I kind of liked it.
Yeah. So yeah, the Max. I had the Max as a kid too, and as you mentioned, the Max was really good because it had turbo. And was turbo just Nintendo's word? Because on like all the other systems, it was just like rapid fire.
You're right. It might have been.
But everybody called it turbo.
Right. Yeah. It might. That's a good question because you did see it as like the rapid button or the rapid fire button on everything else. I don't think that Nintendo had any kind of like patent or anything on that, but I think it was probably just like other companies' way of differentiating themselves. But yeah, it was, now that you say it, it was something that you didn't see on other than Nintendo.
Yeah, so you also mentioned the Advantage. So as Bill mentioned, they're very common, but they were really popular because it is a pretty simple arcade stick. It's got a very solid metal base.
Yep.
And the great thing about the Advantage was not only did it have turbo, but it had where you could adjust the rate of fire, right? It had
Correct.
the dials.
Yep, had a little dial. Yep.
And they even had like little lights, a little LED, so you could tell how rapid it was going.
Yes, it is. Yeah, as you turn that dial, it would blink at the frequency that it would actually press the button in turbo. Because what would happen in some games is if the game, wasn't programmed, I'm not a programmer, but if the game wasn't programmed to receive button taps that quickly, the turbo wouldn't work properly, so you could kind of tone it down a little bit to make sure the turbo worked per the game. They also had a slow-mo button.
Yeah, there you go, slow-mo. Yeah, that was the big thing. Which for
how
the
did
NES,
how did they accomplish that?
it's just rapid-fire pause.
Yep. Oh, so good because
because like on 90% of the games for the NES, pause is pressing the start button.
Yep.
So if you just press it rapidly.
and I think one of the cool I guess you have to say cheat because it is a cheat, but which Mega Man was it that if you fired the weapon and paused and unpaused, it would keep hitting, but the weapon wouldn't move?
One.
It was one?
And the other ones too, like if you do it just right with the sub menu, you can have things go through you.
That's right.
And not hit you.
So if you, I think rapid fire, slow motion with the advantage, it's instead of you hitting the start button yourself, you could just plug in your NES Advantage, turn on slow mo, and just hang on that B button.
Yeah. And now, Krabby, you kind of think that's all cheating, right?
Yeah, but that's another discussion.
So wait, Krabby. So you think that slow mo on the NES Advantage is cheating, but you don't think getting fireballs when you're small is cheating?
That's a glitch. That's different, right? So you had like the standard NES controller, you had the Advantage, you had the Max, and then eventually when Nintendo redesigned the NES, they came out with what's lovingly referred to as the dog bone, right?
Very lovingly.
And the dog bone is called that because if you look at it, it's dog bone shaped. But it's just the same thing as a standard NES controller. It's just got nice rounded bits instead of harsh edges. I mean, functionally speaking, it controls just the same. Do you guys have any feeling about whether that's better or worse than the original?
I don't like that the A and B buttons are diagonally placed instead of just horizontal.
Right.
Okay.
It was getting close to, or might have even been like, I know they were in stores at the same time. I don't know what the exact time frame was, but it was more similar to the button placement of the Super Nintendo controller.
Yes.
And I think that was intentional to kind of, train the player to, okay, we're going to be going this way now. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if you had been playing with the standard controller that was just side by side forever, it was a bit of an adjustment.
And the other thing is, now, correct me if I'm wrong, are the buttons convex on the dog bone?
You know what? I don't. I have had them before. I don't own one right now.
Yeah, I think they are.
I think you're right there.
Do they come out?
Yeah, I think they're convex, not concave. And I think the reason that they did that is very similar again to the Super Nintendo, because then you had what B and A were convex and X and Y were concave, right?
Right. And I don't know if anyone's ever made the argument that that's for speed reasons. I mean, I know if any arcade people out there know that they call there's certain buttons out there called competition buttons, and what that is I personally prefer the feel of concave buttons where there's a scoop inward. I like to rest my finger like in that little play. It's just my preference. But when you go online to buy certain arcade parts, they call these competition buttons because the top bows upward slightly. Your finger doesn't have as far to go if it's so like resting above it. I personally like, to me it doesn't make a difference, because if I'm resting my finger the same distance from the surface of the button, it's the same for me. But there's some people that argue that competition buttons are faster. But I don't know if that had anything to do with the decision or not.
Yeah, we found that playing Mario Party. Actually, there's a lot of mini games where you have to ram A as fast as you can.
Right.
When the buttons convex out, instead of pushing up and down, if you move your fingers left and right, the button will just go down. Because of the motion.
I've got you. Yeah.
So you can hit the button a few extra times in that 10 seconds by going left to right with your fingers instead of up and down. You have less length to move them.
I got you. That makes sense.
Well, and we can talk more about some third-party controllers maybe a little bit later, but let's kind of cover some of the other first-party peripherals that were out there. So you had your standard controllers that were out there, and then you had the Zapper, right?
Yep.
Which we've talked about.
Yeah.
So
almost everyone had a Zapper. Yeah.
Yeah. So it might be common knowledge, but do you want to just cover real quick why the color changed?
I remember it because I was old enough to remember the news story. Do you guys remember?
I do not remember the news story. I had a gray one because that's what my thing came with.
Right.
And it was a while later that I noticed orange ones out there.
Yep.
And being as young as I was, I didn't really think too much of it, and then I didn't find out till years later.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there were gray ones until I started collecting.
Yeah. So there was a shooting. There was a kid that had a toy gun, and the police could not tell it was a toy gun, and they shot and killed the kid. And when I was small and growing up, toy guns looked like real guns. That was the objective.
Mm-hmm.
There was no way to tell them. Unless you got very close.
Yeah, or unless you touched them pretty much, because you could tell if they're made of plastic or whatever.
Yeah, or even a lot of them were still metal.
Mm.
So that's when you started seeing everything they had. They were required by law after that point then to use that fluorescent orange, at least on the tip, like you would
Right.
see those. But most of them just switched over strictly to that fluorescent orange. And it was just to tell the police this is not a real gun.
Yep.
So it's kind of a shame, and I don't know why on earth no one ever thought of that before, but
Yeah.
it took a tragedy to kind of lead that way. So
Yeah.
that's why you'll see them. But I don't know about you guys. I see them both kind of equally in frequency.
I do too. When I first started collecting, I had this idea in my head that the gray ones were slightly harder to find, and I don't know why I thought that. I think that maybe I just saw a whole bunch of oranges in a row. But now that I've been doing it for a little bit longer, I really do see them both about equally, and it's important to note, especially for anyone who didn't grow up with this thing, that the zapper, as they call it, or most light guns, they work off the way that a CRT television operates with the scan lines and the refreshing and the electron beam moving through so it can tell where the shot is. So these zappers are not going to work on any projection TVs, flat panel televisions. You will have to use a tube television if you want to experience the light gun games.
And some of that too has to do with the lag. So like a lot of modern TVs, there's a chip that processes the signal before it's displayed, so there's a tiny lag.
Right.
And that can't happen for those light gun games to work. So even on some really late CRTs, they still won't work because there's an enhancement chip that's going in that's kind of doing some work on the signal. That's why you'll still see like some of those TVs, even like the CRTs, will have a game mode. That game mode is to bypass that chip.
Right.
Now, Krabby, where you're at, is that same thing? Is like Zapper's pretty gray and orange pretty equal?
Yeah, now that I've been doing it for some years, I've probably seen close to 50-50.
Yeah. So then there was also Rob, right? So we've kind of talked about the deluxe set, and Rob, or Robotic Operating Buddy, was the gimmick for the Nintendo.
There are I think a grand total of, what is it, 2 games?
Yes. Period. Yep. That's it. Anywhere. Even in Japan.
Right. And here's the thing with Rob. Rob is really cool, and if you can find one, just display on a shelf. He's a really, really cool dude. But at the same time, it's Gyromite, which is one of the most dirt common games for any system you're going to come across on a regular basis. The other game is not terribly difficult to find a cart for, but it's one of those ones that if you're going after a box collection, that's one of the ones that you're going to have either a hard time finding or kind of pay out the nose for it.
Yeah, Stack Up being the other game, right? So
and it's especially hard to find it complete because Stack Up came in a larger size box than regular standard Nintendo games. It came with several instead of Rob having claws, which he came with by default with the Gyromite bundles because he would pick up the gyros. He had these different hands with little pads on them so he could pick up these little cylinders to stack up. And they're when you see it working, you can go on YouTube and watch videos. It's very cool. I remember playing Gyromite with Rob, and it was cool seeing him, kind of do these things to open gates on the screen. But yeah, the Robot series was just those 2 games.
Yeah, and absolutely not practical to play with, though.
No,
right?
No, it was little. You put the controller in a little tray, and for Gyromite anyway. And then when he drops there's a gyro spinner that gets this thing spinning up. And so it'll go for a good couple of minutes without needing to be recharged. And he would drop it on a little platform that would depress the A or B button on the controller. So all he was doing was watching flashes on the screen. So when a certain flash or a certain series of flashes would hit his infrared receiver eyes, then he would know, okay, it's my turn to just open this gate. So it was kind of cool to see the technology working. But once you kind of saw it working and played a level or 2, you were like, all right, I'm done. Let me play something else.
Yeah, and the signals worked off the same technology as the Zapper. It was basically like light gun kind of signals where you would have to push a combination on your controller and it would make the screen flash, and that's what told it what to do.
Right.
And then Stack Up was even, it's not even, the controller doesn't even go with it. You're just making Rob stack up things in a certain order.
Right. So even though there's not a whole lot, like Rob is kind of cool to find on his own, it's some of the more uncommon pieces if you're just starting out. Rob was sold in a box by himself, separate from the Nintendo system, and that box is a more uncommon piece. And it's something that if you come across, it's got him just kind of looking at you, and it just says Rob real big on the front. It's one of those things that you don't want to walk by if you see it for a decent price. Same thing with there was I think a big box Gyromite set, right? They sold Rob and Gyromite in a box together. Those are the Rob pieces that people are always looking for.
And then, of course, Stack Up was a big box.
Correct. Yeah, the actual game Stack Up. I don't remember ever seeing a Stack Up Rob bundle.
No.
Right, yeah,
Stack Up was always separate.
Right. Actually, I saw my first Stack Up, Retro Games Plus, the store I go to in Westport. I just went there one day and they had it on hold because someone had already, kind of said they were going to pay it off over a few payments. But I was able to hold my first, complete copy of Stack Up. It was kind of a cool moment for me. So see if that ever comes in my hands again.
And if you guys are interested, Gyromite setups are not terribly hard to find. They're not cheap to get all the little pieces, but Stack Up sets are pretty hard to find in the U.S. Yeah. It's easier to actually find the Stack Up parts in Japan. So if you don't mind importing, the color scheme is a little different, but if you just want to play the dang thing, you can find it a little easier if you're willing to import. So then we had, after that, Krabby's favorite, the Power Pad, right?
Yeah, might be my second favorite.
Okay, so
how much weight did you lose that week that you were just playing Power Pad games?
Oh, like 100 pounds.
So tell us about the Power Pad, Krabby.
So the Power Pad was brought up by Bandai first, and it's just plug it into your controller port, and it's a big mat. Kind of looks like a DDR pad for those of you that are probably more familiar with that. And it's just got a whole bunch of numbered buttons on one side from 1 through 12, and kind of a different color scheme on the other side with less buttons. Very few of the games actually use that side. But yeah, most of the games that came out for are kind of sports games, like track and field type events, where you basically run on this pad, your feet pressing the buttons to make your runner run or jump, or any sort of other events, like triple jumps, stuff like that.
Yeah, like hurdles,
Yeah. There's a few of them a couple games that use it a little differently, like Explode Short Order, where they have you doing kind of like Simon Says type stuff on them.
Oh, that's cool. I never played that.
Yeah, there's like a Simon Says type game, and then one where it's like a quick reflex where every button on the pad represents something on the screen, and you've got to touch it before it explodes.
Oh, that's cool. So it's almost like a whack-a-mole type thing.
Yeah, very similar to that.
So like something will come up and you'll have to kind of hit everything before it's too late.
Exactly. Yeah. And then the only one that did kind of a really weird scheme was Street Cop, where you actually held the controller in your hand while you stepped on the pad.
Ooh.
So you had to walk and run and change direction with the pad, but you had to like beat the enemies down by hitting buttons on the controller.
So there's a connect right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then your favorite Dance Aerobics, right?
Yeah.
Which is almost like a non-game?
Yeah, pretty much. It's got some aerobic stuff. There's a goal to it, so you can kind of classify it as game. But then there's also these music parts to it where it plays a melody, and each button on the pad represents a different note, so you try and recreate the melody.
Yeah, and that original pad that came out from Bandai was called Family Fun Fitness, right?
Right, and then Nintendo
was the family fitness mat?
What's on the mat? Do you guys remember?
I don't remember.
Does it just say Family Fun Fitness?
I did own a copy of Family Fun Fitness, and I thought that it said like for use with the Family Fun Fitness mat. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I've got Athletic World that's for the Family Fun Fitness, so you'll find that too, because there was the 2 games for the Bandai Family Fun Fitness mat, right? Everybody knows of Stadium Events. If you've not heard of that, you will.
Right. If you just do any kind of Google search for like I want to collect every Nintendo game, you're going to get a whole bunch of results that say good luck. You're going to have to find Stadium Events. And
then there was also Athletic World, which came out again later, but
right, which was because it was Series 1, right, and then because Stadium Events is labeled Series 2.
Yeah, Athletic World came with the pad,
right,
and then Stadium Events later. Because basically in Japan, in the Famicom, it was only the Bandai thing. Nintendo never put a pad out over there. So I don't know why they decided to bring it out over here, but they did.
So Crab, did you mention was it Super Team Games one of them?
Yeah, that was one of the few. I think there's only half a dozen games for the pad.
So I know I've mentioned it before if you've listened to the show, but one of my things that I really like doing, since I am going for a complete Nintendo set, whether or not that ever happens is not the point. The point is I like doing it. I like going for it. So like when I break up a system like the Nintendo into subsets, it kind of like, instead of, my one goal being, okay, I want to get all the Nintendo games and either you hit that or you don't, I like all the Nintendo black box games, which we'll talk about what those are, and all the, the Konami games, or all the, and it doesn't have to be a publisher, like, so Power Pad games, or you could, want to get all the 4-player games. So, just kind of break it up into sets. So if you think the Power Pad's a nifty little thing, go after those, half dozen or dozen Power Pad games.
And if you're not going for stadium events, which World Class Track Meet is the exact same game.
Not exactly the same. Different title screen.
Title screen, exactly.
Okay. It's the same game, though. The game part.
Gameplay, yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you that.
So if you really want to play Power Pad, though, the Power Pad games are not expensive.
Nope.
It's very affordable.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think the most expensive one's maybe $10 on eBay.
Yeah. Not bad at all.
And even the Power Pad itself, if you're just looking for a loose Power Pad, those are not hard to find or expensive.
No, just grabbed one for Krabby the other day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, a lot of the games are similar, so you don't need to get them all if you're just playing them. Just grab one sports game and then try some of the weirder, quirkier ones. But they're really fun and they all work fairly well.
So we've kind of mentioned this other peripheral that's out there from Nintendo, and that was the 4-score, which allowed for 4 players, right?
Yep. Yeah, there were two 4-player adapters. If you're getting them for functionality, the 4-score is going to be the one you want to go for, I would imagine, because it's a plug-in device. The NES satellite, as you can probably guess from its name, was wireless, and a little receiver would plug into your controller ports, and then you would put something like 17D batteries into the thing that the controllers plug into. Obviously not that many, but so you have large batteries you have to buy, and you have the issue of lag. So it's nice to have a satellite. It's a cool thing to look at. It's a cool thing to have in the collection. But functionality-wise, the 4-score, the wired solution is going to be the one for you.
Yeah, and so that was a little later in the NES's life. I mean, not towards the end or anything, but they decided, okay, we're going to branch out. We're going to do some 4-player games. And so there's just a few of those that are out there. There's not a large number of them, right? So my personal favorite out of that group is Super Off-Road, which if you've not played, Super Off-Road's dirt cheap. So if you're going to pick up a 4-score, get Super Off-Road to go with it. It's just this little racer that's kind of fun. What are some other games that we've got out there for
My favorite one is Nightmare on Elm Street. That one is a blast with 4 people.
But this is just wacky that's on a kid's, quote-unquote, kid's system, right?
I honestly didn't know that. I'd never played that game. I didn't know it was a 4-player game.
Yeah, on one player, there's too many power-ups. You can always choose what kind of guy you want, but on 4 players, you're struggling to get your power-ups and to share them with people, and everyone's always it's kind of like New Super Mario Bros. Where people are just getting in the way when there's a lot of them, and it makes the game a lot harder, but also a lot more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and now Nightmare on Elm Street, that was LJN, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So is this one of the extremely rare
famous
good
for quality,
LJN
right?
games?
Yeah, I think it would be that. Another cool one is Gauntlet 2.
Yeah.
Because then you can play it like it was meant to be played, with 4 people running around exploring these dungeons.
Yeah, and there was obviously lots of sports games that went along with it, right? Basketball and...
Not all of them are bad, though. Like Super Spike V-Ball and Kings of the Beach aren't bad with 4 players on.
Yeah, I really, I played most of my 4-player hockey in the 16-bit days, but I remember looking through at some point to the whole the 4-player list, thinking, okay, I'm going to find me a nice 8-bit hockey game to play 4 players, and I don't believe there is one.
Not for the NES, I don't think.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I think the latest one to come out was Pro Sport.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that one's not.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the games are really cheap too. The one exception being RC Pro Am 2.
Right, which is really good though. Very,
Yeah.
very much worth picking up.
Yeah.
And really, that's not crazy expensive. When we talk about NES games, in the grand
Yeah.
scheme of things, it's not crazy expensive.
Right. And you'll find, like, especially when we're talking about loose carts, if there's anything that's over maybe, like, say, like $30 to $40, then you might start saying, like, well, now you're starting to get a little expensive, which in the grand scheme of things, again, is not that expensive, but there's so many NES carts that can be had for less than $5 or $10.
Oh, certainly.
With the Foursquare 2, there's one game that I think it's overlooked a lot is the Smash TV functionality with it.
Yeah, that's really cool. Why don't you talk about that, Graham?
Yeah, so if you've played it in the arcades, you've got kind of a unique control scheme. And they try and replicate that with the Foursquare, so you can have 4 controllers plugged into it, even though it's only a 2-player game, so that you can control it similar to how it runs in an arcade cab.
Yeah, it's kind of just like very early twin-stick shooter, right?
Yeah.
So definitely worth. Now you might have to construct your own way to do that to hold them, but my preference with that one was always doing the 2 NES advantages. Is that how you guys did it?
I just did it with the standard pads. I haven't had enough advantages around to give it a try like that, but I would definitely love to.
Yeah, I never had a 4-player setup when I originally had the system. All my 4-player play was, years later when I reacquired the systems and got reinterested in them. That's not something I've done yet.
Well, give that a shot. Advantages are dirt cheap, so I would recommend it.
Yeah, I think I've got some, like, I don't mean it as a joke, but I think I've got some just, like, in a box somewhere that I forgot about, because it's like, they are cheap. The downside with them is, since they're not terribly uncommon, there's not really people looking for them, like, and they're a little bit heavy.
Yeah.
So it's a hard thing to sell online unless you're selling like a flat rate box that has some extra room in it. It's more or less, if you wanted to move through them, you could probably sell them, $5-10 maybe, like, locally. But it's with a thing like that, for me, it's just like, I'll just keep it. I'll throw it in the closet. I'll use it sometime.
I think I've got 2 or 3 sitting in my sale thread that have been there for a long time.
Yeah, I ended up taking them out. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna hold on to this. I'll put it on a wall. It'll be a piece of art.
Now there was also a game that came with its own controller, right? So Arkanoid, when it came out, had its own special controller.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat one.
I actually I sold one of those not too long ago. It's apparently it's do you guys pronounce that Vaus?
That's how I say it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I've always said it. Not whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, it's always weird, with these silly names, but I've always said Vaus as well. So basically, it's a little it's got like a little, what do you call it, a pot?
Yeah,
like a little kind of like a dial, like you would if you'd ever played Arkanoid.
Like Atari paddles.
Correct, yeah. So like a little spinning knob, and I think just a single button.
Yep.
And it had a little kind of a little hole that you could stick like a flathead or a screwdriver into to kind of adjust where the center was on the pot. Because if it moved at all, then maybe your paddle wouldn't go all the way to the left or all the way to the right, because it wasn't a like an endlessly spinning knob like you would find in some arcade machines. It had a left max and a right max. Mm-hmm. These things are very temperamental.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to find one, so if you want to find one in working order, just be very careful. But it's a fun way to play Arkanoid.
Yeah, and there was really, you had Arkanoid, and, in Japan they came out with Arkanoid too, but, here in the U.S. that was it. Just
do it again. No, wasn't Arkanoid 2 on the Super?
Yes, but in Japan there was actually an Arkanoid 2.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
You could play Thunder and Lightning on the NES with it.
Right, you're right. I take that back. You're right. Okay, so 2 NES games.
I actually really, I don't know why, I've always loved the NES port of Arkanoid. And it's weird. I play with the standard controller, and I still really love it.
It really makes a huge difference when you use the paddle.
Yeah, the one that when I mentioned before that I had sold one, so I had one, and I had played it with the. Oh, and here's another tip in case you don't have the Arkanoid manual. You have to plug the Arkanoid Vaus controller into controller port 2.
Right.
And then plug the regular NES controller, any one of them, into controller port 1 to actually select 1 or 2 players and then start the game. There's a lot of people who think their controller doesn't work because they're plugged into controller port 1.
Much like the Zapper, right? Zapper, same thing.
And the power
controller
pad.
port 2. Yeah,
Right.
and power pad.
Right. So yeah, we should have mentioned that. So but yeah, so the one that I had, I adjusted the pot best I could. I adjusted the pot so that the center was roughly like, when it was in the center of the screen. But then when I went all the way to the left, it didn't go all the way to the left on the screen. Same thing with all the way to the right. So I ended up selling it for not very much. And they said, hey, the pot's a little temperamental. Maybe if you blow the dust out of it, do some work on it. I just want to let you know, that's why I'm selling it cheap. So dude was pretty cool with it, and ended up being happy. But yeah, I mean, definitely if you find one that works, it's a very cool way to play that game.
Yeah, and Arkanoid itself, the game is dirt cheap.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
and the controller, controller a little more.
Yeah, if whenever you talk eBay games, like eBay is going to kind of be the max. But I've seen them go for like loose work, like people claim have to have working controllers, between like $35, $45 somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's about right. Okay, then we can move into something that was kind of quasi Nintendo. I mean, it wasn't technically released by Nintendo, but it kind of almost had like their blessing, and that was the Mattel Power Glove, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, it certainly had the wizard's blessing.
Yeah, anybody that's seen that monstrosity.
All right, so yeah, it's I'm old enough to have seen The Wizard starring Fred Savage in the movie theater. Well, of course, since I was old enough to own an original Nintendo as well. But in case you don't know, it's something that I thought was a really good movie when I was a kid, and then I saw it again recently, and I was like, wow, I thought that was really good.
That's horrible.
This movie is awful. So basically, it's about we won't get too far off topic. It's about video games, and they go to a video game competition.
It was Super Mario Brothers 3, the commercial.
Yeah, it was a really, really long Mario 3 unveil.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, basically there's a kid in this movie who is supposed to be like just the super like 12-year-old badass Nintendo player. And like he's got like a group of lackeys that like open up his power glove from a briefcase, and he's trying like my favorite line I remember. I guess at the time there were only 96 or 97 Nintendo games out at the time. So when he's like, "Oh, you want to play Johnny in this thing?" and he's like, "Here, pick a game. I'm good at all 97 of them." and then the girl's like, "You have all 97 games?"
Yeah.
So obviously many more were released, but yeah, Power Glove. I owned one when it first came out. I could never get that thing to work.
Yeah, I got one for Christmas as a kid. It was
when I mentioned my cousin having the cool stuff upstairs in his room, Power Glove was one of them. And after the little Mario doing fireballs trick, he showed me he could beat the level with his Power Glove.
That thing is a monstrosity. It's really horrible.
Yeah, well, I know we'll hopefully there'll be Sega shows later, but I mean there are worse peripherals to have been released officially by companies, but yeah, I mean the Power Glove, the thing that I had going for it, it was just so cool looking. It didn't matter what it did. Like just looking at this thing, you just wanted one. I mean, like the thing when you look at like a U-Force by itself, you don't think, "Oh, I gotta have that thing." But when you look at a Power Glove, what does it do? I don't even care. I just want that.
Like some of the other peripherals we mentioned, there's only 2 games designed for it too, so it's really
Super Glove Ball,
Glove Ball, and
Bad Street
Brawler.
Mm-hmm.
And it came with like a whole instructions on like how like you had to program it like
Code
by
book.
what game you wanted to play. So it's like if you want to play Mike Tyson's Punch Out, enter code 764132 height, and you're like, okay, you entered that code in, and then it had like a little like I think it was like 3 sensors with like 2 like plastic bars, and you would like hang it on the corner of your TV because you had like little infrared things at the knuckle area of the glove. So
It was actually sound.
oh, it was sound. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So it played a sound, and then it would like a sonar
It's
type
like
deal.
ultrasonic sounds. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. You
So-
have emitters on the 3 things, and then the glove has like mics or whatever that pick it up.
Yeah, interesting. So like it's okay to punch. Move your arm forward. So you would just be there like moving your arm forward, and little Mac would just be like doing his little shuffle. And then like you would kind of like throw up your arms like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And then he would jab. And then you're like, oh, okay, so let me try throwing up my arms again. And you just ended up waving your arms around and the game didn't work. Or at least I could never get it to work.
Yeah, and you knew that it was doomed when you knew it was going to be so bad because on the arm of the controller they have an actual D-pad and buttons.
Yep. Yes, and that's the thing in the Wizard when the dude like beats the I forget what game he plays with it, but
Rad
instead
Racer.
of like it was Rad Racer. It was he was racing a lap, but I feel like I remember him like he was moving his arm around a little bit, but he was also had his left hand like on the buttons. So I was like, is he just playing the game like with the buttons?
Yeah, it's what you just ended. Eventually, you'd be like, I can't make this thing do it here. I'll just push B.
Yeah.
Since you brought it up, we should probably talk about the U-Force a little bit too, because that's one of my favorites.
Krabby,
So real quick, just to stay on like the if you're looking at starting to collect for the NES and you're looking at Power Gloves, they're really cool. You should wear one all the time. Like wear it to class. Your teacher will love it. They actually do come in a couple different sizes.
They do.
So if you find it in a box, which I was lucky enough or unlucky enough, depending on how you feel about the Power Glove, to find one complete in the box, and it had big letter L in the front, and I said, I didn't realize they came in different sizes. So just one of the things to be on the lookout for. I believe the large is the most common, and I don't know if there was a small. I know there was a medium.
I think mine's the medium.
Yeah, there may don't hold me to this. There may not have been a small. I've never seen one.
I don't know.
But I have found people looking specifically for the medium one if they want it for if they have smaller hands or for like their girlfriend or like whatever the case is. So I think the medium one is slightly.
Nobody has a
slightly
girlfriend
more
looking
expensive.
for a Power Glove.
That's true.
Nope, just wives.
Right.
We're all taken.
Hey. No, but I would say if you're a starting collector, that's kind of a novelty pickup is the Power Glove. It's not practical. Don't really pick it up unless you just want it for the novelty factor.
But it'd be a cool Halloween costume if you go with the Power Glove and a zapper.
Not really. You'll just get beaten.
Well, at Rad Racer you will.
So back to the U-Force, Krabby. So tell us about the U-Force.
Yeah. It's a nifty little motion sensing controller. I forget who put the darn thing out though. Anyway, like to use Mike Tyson as an example,
Was it
again,
Broderbund?
Might have been. It's this looks like a laptop almost, like an early laptop.
It was a Broderbund.
Broderbund, yeah.
Nice. Okay. So it's got 3 different ways you can play it. For Punch Out, you'd sit it up like you would a laptop, and there's sensors in the top screen and the bottom screen. So you hold both your hands over top of this thing, and if to dodge, you like move them off the sensor so that it can't sense your hands, and to punch, you actually punch towards the top sensor. And like the Power Glove, it's got codes in the manual. You've got to put all these dip switches into place depending on what type of game you're playing. And then for something like Mario, you lay it out flat, so it's like a table, and you just slide your hands over top of the sensors at different parts to run and jump. It's really weird. And then it's also got this stick you can like jam in it for like games like Top Gun. And the buttons on the stick just flip these little mirrors over to reflect the sensors back down, and that's how you're shooting stuff, and you just turn your hands with the stick to steer around. It's kind of a neat thing, but like you said, it's really a novelty.
Yeah. And the thing didn't sell very well. I remember towards the end of its life, you could find boxed U-Forces for like dirt cheap in clearance aisles. So, I mean, there's not a truckload of them out there, but I still don't think they're worth very much.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them boxed at Retro Games for, I think you're selling them for like $30-$40.
That sounds about right.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Because it's just really, you don't want to play any games with this thing.
Right.
Oh,
it's a thing you'll put on the shelf, and like a friend might say like, oh, that thing looks weird, what is that? And you might break it out once in a while, but it's not like people are going to be coming over to play games with it.
No.
Oh yeah, right. We do that. we challenge each other. Who can beat the level 1-1 in Mario the fastest with the U-Forcer? Who can actually knock down Gabby J with the U-Force?
So what you're saying is, okay, so if you're playing a handicap party, you're like, who can beat this game with the handicap of using a U? Yeah, I can give you that, because that could be fun. It's kind of similar to Bad Movie Night.
Well, you could make it a good drinking game, right?
Right.
The last major, I guess this is not a controller, but accessory, if you will, completely unlicensed. But the one people probably know most would be the Game Genie, right?
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's got to be the most one.
Everyone
I
at
think,
least knew someone that had one.
Yeah.
right.
I don't think there's probably much we need to say. I'm sure, unless you just have fallen off the map and don't know anything about video games, you probably know what a Game Genie is.
Right. If you don't, if you're newer, it's nothing wrong with you. You probably heard of a Game Shark.
Yeah.
Action replay.
Yeah, or the Pro Action Replay or the Action Replay. I think they actually still sell Action Replays, like for like the DS and certain systems.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just very simply a small device that you slide your cart onto. In this case, we're talking about the NES. So the NES cart would slide onto it, and then you would do some something you're really not supposed to do. You would then jam the entire thing straight into your Nintendo, exactly the way that Nintendo warned you not to do.
Yeah.
In every piece of literature they ever released for the system, and it's I didn't realize this until recently, but it's one of the reasons why the Nintendo that 72-pin connector that gets bent out of shape and then games don't read properly. A lot of that has to do with Game Genies being jammed in there forcefully.
Yeah. If you've listened to the show, you've heard me rant against Game Genies. Don't use them.
Yeah. You can have. I have a box one because I think it's a cool looking thing. I like the box art on the thing. It's got like that a digital guy kind of like coming out of the system holding up the Game Genie logo. But yeah, I'm never gonna put it in my system.
Yeah, it's so much to the fact that Nintendo tried to sue them and get them barred from selling it. I imagine probably because they got tons of phone calls about having to fix broken Nintendos.
Yeah, or because remember at the time you had like the NES tip hotline. So if you're paying like $4.95 a minute and $17.95 for each additional minute to ask a guy how do I beat this second boss, or you buy a Game Genie and you have unlimited life, and now you're not calling their 800 or 900 number anymore. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's something I could infer. Now
I would say if you're talking about collecting, Game Genies are everywhere. They're dirt cheap. But the thing you really want to look for was, towards the end, we talked about like the second model of NES. Well, the original Game Genie would not fit in it. So there was an offer where you could mail away and get an adapter like a spacer, and it would fit into this top loader, and then you could use the Game Genie along with games. It is very rare to find that adapter. It's just like a little black spacer, basically. So if you can ever find one of those are worth picking up. Those are going to be harder to find, and they're worth more. The Game Genie itself, who cares? You'll find a million of them.
Right.
So I think that probably gives you a good idea of like some of the major peripherals. Now we can talk about a few others that are in there. There's some that you'll probably never see as a beginning collector, and some of them that I might just recommend. So third-party controllers. Do you guys have anything that you particularly like?
Hands-free.
Hands-free.
That one's cool. Yeah.
So tell us about the hands-free controller, Krabby.
I believe it was made for hospital use for people who were either paralyzed or just had no use of their arms.
Yeah.
So you put a tube into your mouth to blow and suck on to move your character, and to jump.
That's A and B is the blow and suck.
And there's a chin pad to move your character around.
Real quick before you go any further, Zag, I know you're writing your highlights of the show right now. Can you please just behave yourself for the next few minutes? All right, keep going.
Sucking and blowing. But that was very limited release, and those are kind of hard to track down, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen a whole many of those. I'd love to get one, but I'm not sure I'm willing to pay the price for one.
Yeah, so as a beginning collector, you'll probably never see one of these. But if you do, make sure you grab it. At least if nothing else, it's not practical. But if you don't want to hold on to it, you can definitely find a market to buy it. If somebody was maybe connected to a hospital or something at that point in time, it's probably how they came across that eventually.
Yeah, I mean, there are like working in the medical field myself, there are lots and lots of rooms filled with storage in any medical building, and most medical buildings I've ever been in. There's always like that room or like that one like entire segment of a floor that's like, what is this? Oh, this is just old crap that we like, because no one ever throws anything away. So I mean, it's it's not unheard of to find something in stores like that.
Sure. And my personal favorite, if you're going to buy like third-party controllers, there's a few of them that are out there. I would really highly recommend tracking down a controller called the Joy Card. The technical name of the thing is the Joy Card Sansui SSS. Why on earth did they name it that thing? But just look for Joy Card. There's no other one in the U.S. anyway, other than that Joy Card. And it is really just an extremely comfortable, very well built pad. It's got built-in rapid fire. It's adjustable a little bit. It's pretty good. Bishu was a company that made a lot of peripherals in the U.S. and put those out. So they made some sticks. They made this little driving controller called the Zoomer, which was kind of cool. You had like suction cups. You would stick it down onto like a table, and it had like actual steering wheel and fire buttons on it. So that was pretty neat. And they also made these little game pads called zippers, and they came in different colors. It was kind of thing. They were like these 80s colors, which are coming back in fashion, like hot pink and like this neon green.
Yeah, those are big with the snowboarding crowd.
Yeah, okay. That's
They left fashion. No one
but they're like came in blue, yellow, green, pink, I think was the different colors. Those are actually really good too. I'd recommend picking those up. Camerica also made some peripherals that were unlicensed. So they made a couple joysticks. They also made a gun, which is really hard to find, but it looks like a revolver. It's actually got like a cocking hammer that you can use.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I've
Fine
got.
for, like,
So
Hogan's Alley?
is it kind of like the Lethal Enforcer gun, but with the actual hammer?
Yeah, but it actually looks like a gun.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've got one of those. So it's kind of cool. It's a neat little thing. You won't find them very often, but if you do, kind of neat to pick it up. It works effectively, though. I mean, just like the Zapper. And then the one that's always hard to find and usually is broken and you'd need to get fixed is something called the Game Action Replay. Have you guys heard of this one?
No.
Game Action Replay is basically like a save state cart for the NES. So it allows you to basically save your games for later play. So you could turn the thing off or whatever. But I don't think... I'd have to go back and do a little more.
Where's that plug in?
The cart slot.
Oh, so it's like a Game Genie type situation?
Kind of, yeah. And I'd have to do some more research. I've not seen one personally. The only thing I ever hear about the things is they have like notorious failure rate. So they usually have to be repaired for you to use them. So any other peripherals or anything that you guys want to talk about?
I don't know if you mentioned the laser scope or not.
No, I forgot about the laser scope.
Yeah, so the laser scope, I can't speak to it because I've never actually played one or held one or seen one. But it's this apparatus that you put on your head. Like it's kind of like a set of headphones. Like it kind of like goes like across your noggin like that, and has like a little kind of like eyepiece that comes out over your eyes so you can kind of target things. And there's also a little microphone on it. So again, I've never played with one, so I can't really speak super expertly on it. But there was a Konami game. I think it was a Konami peripheral.
Yes.
It was so Konami has this game called Laser Invasion, and that's the only game I've ever seen with the piece on the front that says compatible with the laser scope. So I don't know if it actually is compatible with anything else, but it looks cool, and I would wear it around the house. So
I've got one. I've never actually tried to use it, but I've put it on my head.
Don't you like
Of
shout
course.
commands into the microphone for things
Yeah,
to happen?
you shout for it to do like whatever.
yeah, reset.
Basically to shoot.
Change game to Mario 3.
No, whatever you say just shoots.
Yeah.
That's what it does.
Oh yeah, I think you said that before. Where like you say shoot,
Or
and then like it
whatever.
shoots, and then you say whatever you do, don't shoot them. They're friends, and it just shoots.
Yeah. Everything is shoot. I've never actually taken the time to try it out, but it does look kind of really Terminator-ish on your head.
Right. Or what was that? Again, sorry, I don't want to get sidetracked, but the Last Starfighter.
Yeah.
I remember they had these things where like the eyepiece. I'm not talking about the game. I'm talking about the Last Starfighter movie that the game was based on. But yeah, I remember these guys in there that had these little eyepieces that like when they wanted to fire, that the whole thing would kind of like flip out and open up so they could like target something. And I remember thinking like, oh, is that what a laser scope is?
Yeah, it also didn't sell very well, so you're not likely to run across them very often. And I would say again, as if you're starting out and you're building your NES collection, it's just a novelty. It's not worth.
Yeah.
Or not
Yeah,
worth finding.
if you see one and it's included in a lot, yeah, grab it. But if someone says, "Oh, and also I have this Konami laser scope for $100,"
Yeah, no. And it's really not worth a lot of money. I don't think it's very
No.
desirable.
Yeah, I mean, like same thing. I want one, but I wouldn't pay more than like $10 or $15 for one.
Yeah. So, any other peripherals that you guys want to talk about?
I think we should.
I think we hit the majority
get
of
to the games now.
Yeah,
Well,
I think we hit most of them.
I think we've got one more thing to talk about in hardware, and that's regions, right?
True.
I am not an expert, so I know what came out in where I am. But so, are you talking about Famicoms?
No, I'm actually talking about the NES itself.
Oh, okay.
The NES was released in Europe, got pretty wide distribution. It was also released in Hong Kong and Australia, right? And then I want to say there's maybe another territory or two where it ended up in.
I'm sorry, you said North America, or you said U.S. and Canada?
Well, of course. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
For our
Mexico.
foreign listeners, my fault. I just always assume that.
Yeah, and quick little side note is if you are Canadian, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you are Canadian, a lot of the, especially the earlier Nintendo stuff, had the Mattel logo on it. And we can get into that a little bit too. But the long story short is that before Nintendo had its own international distributing rights, they used Mattel as their international distributor. So I think at some point they got it back and they lost the Mattel logo. But a lot of earlier Canadian releases have Mattel on the box.
A lot of European releases also were Mattel.
Oh, really? Oh, so I didn't realize.
Yeah. So we won't go forever into this, but the big thing to note is that games use lockout chips. So different regions, games are locked out. So even though the carts look the same, can't play them in the different region systems. Very easy ways to defeat that. Just disabling the lockout chip. In Europe, you had everything as PAL, so you had basically PAL A and PAL B, depending on what region you were in. So you'll see these games, PAL A, PAL B. Quite a few of them do work on a US console if you've either disabled the lockout chip or you're using a top loader, because the top loader doesn't have the lockout chip at all. It really just depends, because a lot of programmers were really lazy, and when they brought their games over from NTSC regions, they didn't really bother reprogramming them for Europe, so they'll play just fine in the US. There is some, though, that were coded specifically for Europe, and they will not play properly on a US system. So it's fun. You can import a lot of those games and still play them. I've got quite a few European games and whatnot, and they're great. Okay, so we've talked a lot about hardware, and now let's talk about games, right? I mean, so usually these days, if you're buying Nintendo games, I mean, usually you're going to buy them in lots, right?
Especially when you're starting, that's the best way to buy them, I think.
I wouldn't onesie and twosie them, no.
Yeah, as the only person currently on this show who is not like less than 100 games away from a full set, yeah, I mean, it's even though I'm going for boxed games, it's now that I'm up over like around the 300 mark, it's starting to get trickier to find large lots without lots of the common games that I already have. So it's starting for me to get to the point where I gotta kind of, I can buy like 5 or 6 at a time, or like 8 to 10 at a time. But yeah, if you're just starting out, yeah, do not go to, whether it's eBay, Collector Forum, wherever, don't go someplace and just bid on a single game. Like it's the most expensive way to do it.
Unless you love that game.
Right. Unless it's, I mean, again, it goes back to if it's worth it to you, and if you are happy with the price you paid, even if even if you tell someone, oh, I paid this much for this, and they'll tell you, you really paid too much for that. As long as that doesn't bother you, you go for it.
Yeah.
So assuming you were starting again from scratch, you had no games, what kind of things do you look for when you're picking up a lot?
See, it's weird for me to give this kind of advice because, so many people when they get into it, like they had it when they were a kid or they remember playing it when they were younger, and you want those games, like you want to play Contra, Legend of Zelda, Battletoads, like whatever it was that you played, but going for giving advice to someone who has maybe never played the system, it's hard. I mean, like, it seems weird to have to tell someone, yeah, go back and play the original Super Mario Brothers, but I mean, it seems like a no-brainer, but no, Super Mario Brothers is one of the most dirt common games you'll find for this system. But I really, really, really feel like everyone, and it sounds crazy to say this because I feel like everyone should have already played it. You should sit down and play Super Mario Brothers from beginning to end.
Yeah. For me, if I were telling somebody to get started, I would say Craigslist is your friend.
Absolutely.
You're going to find somebody that's trying to dump off stuff out of their closet. They're probably going to have a couple decent titles in there that you can get started with. And again, we're talking about, this is a show for collectors, so we're going to assume that you will want some of those other games other than just the star titles that are out there. So it's a great way to start. And
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Just make sure your lot's got 2 or 3 games you want to play, but make sure it's also got a bunch of stuff you've never heard of.
Yep. And play the things that you get.
Yeah.
It depending on where, I mean, it depends on where you are, and it depends on like how hot or cold the market is, but you should not have any problems finding a Nintendo lot with anywhere from, like maybe a dozen to maybe like 20 games with a handful of controllers, peripherals, like all the controllers you need to get started. You can find deals for, less than probably, $60 to $75 tops. There's always gonna be people. It depends on the games, and it depends on the quality, and if it's boxed, and a lot of other things. But just make sure you know the kind of the temperature of the market before you throw a couple $100 at something.
Yeah, and I would ask for some picks. You don't want to get games that dogs have chewed off and the labels are half gone. But I would say, surprisingly, even when I buy sight unseen, most of the games look fine.
Yeah, and you'd be surprised what you can clean off.
Oh,
That's true. Go back and listen to the cleaning episode. You pick up a lot of tips.
Yeah. That's your best chance to bargain too, is when there's stickers and writing on things for less.
Yeah, don't be afraid of that at all.
Yeah, I got a great deal on a lot of. It was like 45 games or something like that. I paid like $60 or $70 for them, and that was I got the Valve controller on that lot as well. And every single game had like a purple marker, it almost looked like they just took the game and like mark, like as if like if they were leaving the house, they could say, "Oh, that's my game. It's the purple marker." So I was like, all these games have marker on them, so I got them for like less than a couple bucks a cart. And then I got home and I put like a t-shirt, like a rag, into my isopropyl alcohol water mixture, and I'm ready to start scrubbing, and just like it came right off. It was dry erase marker.
Nice.
So I mean, it's there's if it's Sharpie, you're in a little bit more of a pinch, but yeah, I mean, don't be afraid to do a little bit of cleaning, because a lot of that stuff comes off.
Yeah, and I would say don't be afraid to buy several lots. You're going to start getting overlap, and you'll end up with duplicates, but duplicates are not that hard to get rid of, really.
Nope.
People like the NES. It's a popular system. All right, so if you end up with, like me, 7 Super Mario Duck Hunts or whatever, it can be a little trickier to get rid of them, but...
Yeah. And you'll be surprised, man. A lot of the games that are, there's a lot of common games, or games that are semi-common, that even though they're common, they still command like a decent price.
Sure.
Like you'll find a lot of Contras and Legend of Zeldas and like some of the staples, and even though like they're things that collectors already have. Like when you go on a collector forum, every single person in that forum, like, with the exception of maybe like a couple of people just getting started, already have a lot of those titles, but they still command a price, whether you want to do a couple sales on eBay or do your own Craigslist lot, to start to kind of sell them locally. But yeah, I mean, if you were to buy, several lots, kind of clean them up, get your collection started, and then start a collection of duplicates or things you're going to trade or sell, you could even kind of build that up, a little bit, until you have like a decent collection of, kind of trade bait, as we call it, and then make yourself a thread and just start seeing what you can get piecemeal that way.
Yeah, so pay attention to the good playable games that show up, because, yeah, like you said, Contras, Battletoads, Final Fantasies, Mario 3s, those are really easy
All
to
the
move,
Mega Man.
all great trade
Yeah.
items. Yeah.
Yeah, you will see Mega Man. You will see. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there are games that when I first started collecting, I was like, oh my god, like he's got a Mega Man 2. Mega Man 2, like no one has Mega Man 2. That's like one of the best Mega Men,
And it
depending
is.
on who you ask. Yeah, exactly. I knew Gravy likes that one.
It's 3, you guys.
But yeah, so it's when you start, you're gonna start seeing like, oh wow, Metal Gear, or oh wow, like Mega Man, and then you're gonna start to realize like, yeah, that is a really cool game, but it comes up way more often than you would think. So you really are gonna be able to move those depending on where you want to start trading.
Yeah. And just be patient. Unless you've got money to burn, picking things up through lots and working trades and stuff can get you pretty far in this library.
Yes.
Now,
another thing we should mention right away too, I think, is that there's two, I guess more than two, but everyone kind of knows what the gray Nintendo cart looks like. But there's a lot of different looking cartridges, the unlicensed ones. We should kind of point out the differences between the two.
Yep. The Atari story.
yeah. So, you're going to typically find the major things you're going to notice, at least superficially, is you're going to find black carts, you're going to find blue carts, you're going to find gold carts, and then you're going to find these triangular-ish black carts. The big thing to keep in mind, though, is that we could probably spend forever talking about the individual games that are out there, but generally speaking, from a collector standpoint, more people want to collect licensed than unlicensed, right?
Yep.
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, there are still lots of people who will grab the odd. And the split is hugely. I mean, there are way more licensed games than unlicensed games. And then when we say licensed, we're talking about, and I'm sorry if this is not news to any existing collectors, but something that was officially licensed by Nintendo on that system. So you're going to see the official Nintendo seal of quality on that cart. It's on every single one of them. It's either going to be circular or it's going to be an oval, but it's going to be on there. And then you have several other companies that released games for the Nintendo that had no permission from Nintendo and were not licensed to release things for that system. The major ones being Camerica,
Tengen.
Tengen. Those are the black carts that you're going to find. It's not to get too sidetracked, but the basic backstory with Tengen was it's actually Atari. So the company Atari wanted to release games for the Nintendo. But they did not want to pay the licensing fee. I think the licensing fee that Nintendo charged back in those days, I could be wrong, but let's say it was $10,000 just for the licensing fee, and then a percentage of sales for the rest of the year.
Well, and the big thing was Nintendo was the only one that produced the actual carts. You
correct,
could
yeah.
not manufacture your own cartridges.
Right, so they had production costs associated with that because you had to buy the carts from them, almost like the company store.
Yeah.
Atari at the time, didn't agree with that, so they figured, okay, we are not going to pay. We're not going to do that. And the way the story goes is that Atari went to the U.S. Patent Office, is how I've heard it, and they said that we are going to be bringing a legal action against Nintendo. We need you to give us their files so we have them to prepare this legal action. And the U.S. Patent Office handed Atari what they needed to make games for the Nintendo without permission from Nintendo.
Yeah, they gave them the source code to the lockout chip mechanism.
Correct. So that's how Atari, under the label of Tengen or Tengen, I've heard it pronounced both ways. I think both are, acceptable. Is that so they could release games for the Nintendo. Eventually, they ended up settling with Nintendo, I believe, because you then see later on a lot of those games were released in the standard gray Nintendo cart.
Not a lot, only the 3.
Right. Well, yeah. So a few. So you have Tetris is the big one. That if you can find that black cart that I sold to Duke for a very good price a couple of years ago.
Thanks, Bill.
I think that's kind of one of the desirable black Tengen carts. And then you have RBI Baseball, which was re-released, and Pac-Man, I think, was the other one.
Yeah, and Gauntlet.
And Gauntlet, that's right.
And I think actually what happened was Tengen actually started releasing licensed carts for a while. Then they did the unlicensed thing, and then they kind of had to come back.
Oh, I thought the black was the original. That's
When I was a kid, I had Gauntlet, and it was the official Gauntlet, and I'm pretty sure that was before the whole Tengen Tetris bit. I could be wrong. I could be misremembering that, but
yeah. Me too. I mean, like I said, like I've heard the story, secondhand. I've so it's I haven't done the research, but in a nutshell, there was a legal thing between Nintendo and Atari, and that's kind of where those black carts came from.
yeah. And then you had like the others, like Color Dreams was a big publisher of unlicensed carts, and they used like really wacky ways to get around the lockout chip mechanism. So they'll say things like, some of them had like
Aren't there dip switches on some of the carts?
some Camerica carts there are.
Oh, Chimera. Sorry. So you said Color Dreams.
Yeah, Color Dreams, usually they would use like a special tip to try to zap, send an electrical jolt to the lockout chip and basically knock it offline so it would let the game work. So some of those will say things like you have to press reset X number of times or something to get it to work.
Right.
Yeah, Camerica, those are usually the gold carts. Like some of them do have a switch. And all that switch is doing is that same sort of thing. You're turning on or off that lockout defeater.
Mm-hmm.
Because the top loaders, you didn't have to use that, so you didn't have to fool with it.
I think I remember, and I could be wrong because you're more of an unlicensed guy, but I think I remember looking at the back of a cart and it says, try in position 1. If it doesn't work, try position 2.
Yeah, and that's what that is. It's try to start it without the lockout defeater, and then if that doesn't work, then try it with the lockout defeater. That's basically what they're doing.
Gotcha.
Now, in PAL territories, you had a different idea. A lot of them would have special carts that were made. So it's a bit like Australia and stuff, you would see this. So there was a manufacturer called HES. So some of their carts always worked by kind of piggybacking on a licensed cart. So they would either have the cart that would fit into the NES, and then it would basically have like a lip that came up with another cartridge connector, and you would plug a licensed cart into it, and that would allow you to play. Or some of them had this dongle where actually there was a part that fit into the cart, and then you'd have a cord that came out of the system, and then you would plug a cart into that.
I've never seen these.
Yeah, so you'll see some of those things that are out there in some foreign territories. Interesting ways to get around it.
Right. So a little bit. So we talked a little bit about the different types of carts and some of the different companies you'll see out there. So as far as playability and collectability, so when you're looking at games, outside the realm of licensed NES games, what are some of the ones that you think would be great to pick up, just playability wise, just fun games that aren't terribly expensive but are fun to play and easy to find as far as unlicensed goes?
That's tough. A lot of them are not
Duke's
very
going to
good.
say anything Wisdom Tree.
Yeah, Wisdom Tree were Christian games. They were, no offense to Christianity or anything, they just weren't very good games.
It's one of my all-time favorite NES games is a Tengen game.
Which one's that?
I have put, and it's just a simple game that I love. It's a sports game. It's very common. It's very inexpensive, whether you find the black Tengen cart or the Nintendo cart. I've put more time into RBI baseball.
Oh yeah.
Than so many games out there. There's something about that game that I just love, and it's weird. I've never loved any other RBI baseball game, just that very first one. I think it's phenomenal. I also think Micro Machines is one of the best unlicensed games. Little Racer, Gold Cart, and I believe that one's also 4-player.
I'm not sure about the 4-player part, but it is a wonderful game. Camerica put out some good games. They put out the Dizzy and Line of Spacehead and some of these. Camerica is usually considered to be pretty good. My personal playability ones, Shockwave is pretty cool. It's kind of like a little space guy puzzler. So it's kind of neat to try out. Now there's some that are not very good that are worth some money. So like Castle of Deceit or Secret Scout. So there's a lot of those that are out there that weren't good but are worth money.
I've enjoyed Death Race and Chiller. I thought those are both pretty fun.
Yeah, yeah. And those were all Chiller, Death Race, and Shockwave in the U.S. were all put out by AGCI, and the carts all look similar. They're like these gray carts, but there's like no texturing to it. It's just like a plain gray cart and a label. And I think there was actually one other company that put out Chiller in the U.S. for like a little while. Really hard to find that.
Share Vision.
Yeah, Share Vision.
Or Share Data.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. So I would say unlicensed, they're fun to pick up. Understand that some of them are worth next to nothing. So like the real common, I say Tengen, but the real common Tengen games and some of like the real common Color Dream stuff, really not worth much. Some of the harder to find unlicensed can be worth a lot. So as a beginning collector though, I really, Comerica. If you're going to pick up any unlicensed you're interested in playing, Comerica is pretty good. Those are the gold ones.
Was it MiG 29? I think that was a Comerica game that I liked.
And I think they just published that one. I want to say they didn't program it, but I could be wrong. They did like Dizzy. They did, like you were saying, the racing game. Micro Machines. And there was a few other ones. So, Linus Spacehead. They're worth a shot, for sure.
And there's, about 90 some odd unlicensed?
Yeah, somewhere right around there.
Versus just under
700 and something. Yeah. Yeah. For the U.S. set. Now, we're not talking, foreign, for sure. And probably the ones that are really sought after and extremely hard to find would be the quote-unquote porno games, right? For unlicensed?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had Hot Slots, you had Peekaboo Poker, and then Bubble Bath Babes. So those three were adult carts. Didn't get a lot of public sales, obviously. So if you can find those, you'd never want to play them, but they're worth money.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I'm just for the longest time, just since I grew up, playing RBI baseball, and I love that game. That was one of the only, black carts that I, remember having when I was a kid, and I just never got into any of the unlicensed stuff. And then someone recommended to me, I think I was buying a bunch of games from him, and he said, "Oh, you never played Micro Machines? Micro Machines is really, really good." So I said, okay, like I'll give it a try. So I ended up, grabbing that. But something about. I don't have anything against unlicensed games. I just I can't really explain why it's not a focus of collecting for me. But they're just one of those things that I never really kind of latched onto.
Sure. Now, Bill, we've kind of, we've talked about this a little before. Now, I am a loose cart collector, and Krabby, you're a primary loose cart collector. And Bill, you are a crazy nut job that wants to go for complete.
Yep, I'm still young, so maybe we'll see.
So, obviously, much more difficult to find complete games where you've got the box, the instructions, the styrofoam piece in it, the whole shebang,
plastic
right?
baggy posters, maps, mail away cards,
Nintendo Power.
That's an interesting. So there's some people who differentiate the term CIB that it's thrown around a lot of places. There's a translation of that where people say complete inbox, which I also read that as the letter C meaning the cart or the game, the letter I meaning the instructions, and then the B being the box. So cart, instructions box, and also complete inbox. There's a few different ways people use that term. When I say that I have a complete game, all I want is the cart. I want the instructions. I want the box. I do want the styro and the game sleeve, but I can get those separately, so I never trouble myself like whether or not the game I'm buying has that. I know there are some people who want absolutely everything that came in that original retail package, including those registration cards, plastic baggies. I'm not to that level. But I've had a few games that do have those, but for me, as long as I have the game, the instructions, the box, I'm good. And then I'll grab the sleeve and then the styrofoam block as well.
What about maps for like role playing games? Those seem pretty important. too?
It depends on the game. So I have to have it for the Dragon Warrior games, like that separate map. Have to have it for Final Fantasy. Have to have it for Romance of the Three Kingdoms. So yeah, if it was an important piece, I also want it in there. Like for instance, the Star Tropics letter, the Mike Tyson's Punch Out letter, like the letter from Mike Tyson. So depending on the game, there sometimes there's like that extra piece that's that's a nice thing to have. I like to go for that, but
Now, what about one that doesn't come in every box, like Faria or Section Z?
It's that's usually not as much of a concern for me. Like Werewolf
Or mail away maps, right?
Right, or like Werewolf had that comic book that was like a pack in. It's one of those things that it'd be nice to have, and if I came across, I'd grab. But it's just not a concern for me.
I think it's interesting that you bring that up, and I would tell you, if you're a beginning collector, make sure you understand the definitions that people use. Because when I see CIB, I think cart instruction box. When I see
that's what I think as well.
When I see the word complete, I think complete. Everything that came with that game when you bought it day one.
Right, and it never hurts to ask for clarification, just so you know if it matters to you. But yet, the reason why I see CIB as cart instruction box is because many people, when they list something that's maybe just the cart and the box, it's listed CB.
Yeah.
Or if it's just the cart and the instructions, CI.
Yes.
So I look at those three things as those are the three things that are included or not included. Sometimes people will specify if the styrofoam block is in there or not. If that's important to you, go ahead and ask. You can if it's not really important to me that I have the original styrofoam block that came in that box originally, so I will buy reproduction styro blocks, and that's really just to make sure that the whole Nintendo box is the game box is filled with something, so that it doesn't kind of get that crushing at the top when the styro is taken out. But yeah, it's like for me, like the cart, the instruction, the cart, the instruction, and the box, and I can if the sleeve and the styro, I can fill those myself.
And beyond just asking for clarification on condition, always ask for, did I say completion? I meant condition.
Yeah, so condition, I mean, most times, especially on collector forums, you will have pictures. Some people who are really good about it will take lots of pictures, and you'll find that the higher value the item, the more pictures, the more detailed pictures people will take, because they want, number one, you to be happy with the item, but also number two, they want to get a fair market value for it by showing the proper condition. Because with certain things, I mean, you've heard it before, like condition is everything. There are certain items that will go for hundreds of dollars, but once it drops below a certain condition, there are people who just won't be interested in it for anything. So most of the time on collector forums, you'll see pictures. Most of the time on eBay, you'll see pictures. Be very careful on eBay when a stock picture is shown. Yeah. Because I mean, could you end up with a very nice looking product? Absolutely. You could also end up with something like it's just doesn't make me feel good inside when I don't see a picture of the item I'm purchasing. Craigslist is another great area.
And excellent are very subjective.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, mint condition. Well, it was mint condition years ago. It's not mint anymore. But same thing with Craigslist. There are, like, most of the time on Craigslist, people are just kind of, trying to move through something quick. They're not putting a huge amount of time and effort into the listing because they're probably not I shouldn't say that. They're sometimes not asking for very much, so it's not like they're going to put, several hours into making this ad. So a lot of times you won't get pictures. You can ask, you're not always going to get pictures back. So you got to make that decision. Okay, is it going to be worth driving whatever distance this is just to meet with someone and to make that decision on the spot? So it's, you kind of work each situation as it comes. But I had a very, very, very good first year of collecting complete Nintendo games. Thanks largely in part to Tinstar, a very, very well-known and respected member of RF who was moving through his Nintendo collection and focusing on the Sega stuff. And I was able to grab a lot of games from him at very good prices. I found a lot of really good Craigslist listings last year. This year has been very, very dry for me. So, I mean, those, again, it comes back to being patient. It's going to come and go for you, but it's definitely slowed down a bit.
All right, so we've talked a lot about some hardware and stuff. We've talked a little bit about some different game categories and whatnot, but let's talk more about like some titles and things to watch out for. So if you're new to the NES, what are some quality titles that you should look for? Maybe that are, let's talk about some good games first, and then we'll maybe talk about ones that are a little bit more valuable that we haven't hit yet. So what are some, like, what do you guys think considers to be some great games that are maybe not too expensive or easy to pick up?
Well, Krabby's probably played most of the library, so I'll let him get going.
Well, I don't. My trick when I was starting out was to kind of get familiar with different developers,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just know what games to look for and which ones to watch out for. So, like as an example, LGN's not exactly known for quality, so or rarity, so they weren't. I don't want to spend too much money on those kind of games. If I can get them for $1 or $2, great. If they want $5-10, then I'll probably pass.
Of course, except for, like you said, the Nightmare on Elm Street, right?
Yeah, there's exceptions to every rule. It's just kind of a general rule of thumb, though. Like the Sunsoft games I really like, so I'd always pick up those if they were $5.
Yeah.
Taito has a lot of really rare ones and a lot of really fun ones. So I might spend a little more on a Taito game, even if I'm not familiar with it, just because I know that brand. I might get lucky and grab that game that's worth $50, $100.
And then there's always like the main stalwarts, right? So obviously,
Yeah.
Bill, I think we've talked. You're a Konami guy, right?
I really am. I remember, some of the first games I always really enjoyed, just being Contra. And speaking of Contra, I really enjoyed, simultaneous multiplayer games. Like there's like your Super Mario Brothers where you kind of take turns. So one of you will go, and then when you die, the other person goes. But as you get better and better at the game, you'll be playing for a long time, and then someone else won't be, or vice versa. So I enjoy games where you can play together. And Contra is one of those games where two players can sit down and kind of shoot through the alien forces together. But like Crab said, like you kind of find a developer that you kind of fall in with. So besides Contra, Jackal, another game, simultaneous shooter, like a tank shooter game. And then, of course, like Capcom with Mega Man. And then I started saying, okay, well, let me try some other Capcoms. And you have Legendary Wings. Again, I know we're going with this shooter theme. Life Force. And I really enjoyed a lot of those early, multiplayer, or sorry, two-player shooters. I mean, there's a million, best games on the NES, but I don't know how many of them really go into some of those common ones that are really a lot of fun. And like I said before, I love RBI Baseball. I love Metroid. I love Mario 3. I love Mario 1 and 2. I mean, there are reasons you'll see these games in a lot of people's collections. Tecmo Bowl is something that I play minimum 5 times a year. And it's just one of those games that I love. It's and every Thanksgiving, every single one, I can find a half dozen like cousins who like, I bring downstairs and I just turn the system on and everyone's like, yup, let's get the tournament started. Blades of Steel, again, going with that Konami theme and like my personal love of hockey. But that's the great thing about the system is there's so many games, and really, I mean, the common ones are so inexpensive that you really can move through a good number of games with a relatively small amount of money to kind of see what you're into.
And I think you just hit like all the developers that everyone should know. Like you got to know Nintendo, obviously, Konami, Capcom, and Tecmo. Those are basically just quality games all around with very few exceptions.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's always like those few outliers that are not too bad either, right? Like I've got a lot of love for Xanac. Now that's a cheap game, but it's a really pretty cool shooter that's
Very
out
cool,
there.
yeah.
You've got, I mean, again, maybe going back to Capcom, but one people don't think of a lot, but I like Gunsmoke. It's kind of an interesting kind of take on a shooter. That's something that it really wasn't done very well anywhere else. I don't know if I've seen anything else like it. But kind of like these guys have said, I mean, these games are common, and they're common for a reason. Unless it's Silent Service, which seems to sell a lot of copies for some ungodly reason, I don't know, or Top Gun.
You know what's weird about Silent Service? I don't know anyone growing up who had it.
I don't either.
So I don't know where all these and I'd love to look back and see if it was like a giveaway at some point. If it like came free with the system, like one or not free with the system, but you know how like if you like went to Toys R Us, they'd be like, okay, and we're throwing this in or whatever. I'd love to know if like everyone who bought a Nintendo like 1 year was given Silent Service, because there's so many of them out there.
Yeah, and it's really weird. I don't even remember the game ever even coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, until my later years, I had never even heard of Silent Service. But but it's the Keith Courage of the NES, seems to be. So if you guys had to put down, let's say, all right, so obviously some of these common games are great. Obviously, you can build a great library with the NES just by picking up some big lots of games if you can get them cheap, and then you can pretty much just keep going just from the flips and trades, right?
Yeah, I would highly recommend if you're getting started, grab a nice big Nintendo lot for a price that you are happy with. You don't need to scour the internet for like exact to the penny prices for each game. Just be happy with what you're paying for it. Take some care to the carts, clean them, make sure you have a nice working Nintendo. You can go back to the episode on cleaning if you need any tips, or numerous YouTube videos and sites about that topic, and play each game. Like not for like a minute or two, like play it for like a little while, like, die a few times, play it some more. And if you're in this to collect and to get as many carts as you can end up keeping them with the experience of playing it. But a lot of people just want to end up collecting the games that they are going to play on a regular basis. So the ones that you love, put them on that shelf to keep. The ones that you're like, that's maybe not for me, then you put that on the tradable shelf or the for sale shelf, and then maybe buy another lot or two. And then once you have kind of enough stuff to have like a respectable little trade thread, that's how you work your online angle as well.
Just as an interesting silent service note, I know a guy who's got this website where he's got all these stats for how many times every different game was mentioned in Nintendo Power.
Oh, really?
Silent service was never mentioned in Nintendo Power.
And it never will be.
Shocking, all right? I don't know, say that Silent Service is a horrible game, but man, it's not good enough to be that many copies.
No.
But yeah, I mean, obviously the library of just licensed games is 700 and some odd games. I think if you aiming to get a large library for the NES, and you just buy in large bulk lots, you can get pretty good prices. And I would say you can probably pretty easily get into the 300-400 cart range just by buying lots, doing trades and flips for the ones you don't have for other people, because there's a lot of people out there doing the same thing, right?
That seems to be about the point that people kind of slow down a bit. They get really quick up to that 300-400, and then the titles are just a lot harder to find after that.
Yeah, but it's definitely a system where, and it's fairly affordable, I think, comparatively, to get to that $300-400 mark, right? I mean, 300-400 carts.
It is, yeah. It's really not bad.
So good.
And yeah, I'd urge you to try any game you get that you're unfamiliar with too, because I don't know how many games I've found that I love that I just completely missed out on, that I'd never hear people talk about.
Yeah, I remember not playing, never played Fantasy Zone. And then, years later, ended up getting. I think I got a Master System, and I know it came out for NES and Master System, but I remember playing it for the Master System when I grabbed that years later at Funko Land, and I was like, oh, this game is so cool. I really wish I kind of knew about this back then. But there's a lot of really really good games that. I try to trust reviews, not trust reviews, but I try to read reviews and kind of take what I can get out of them. But I mean, there's never, a review that you agree with 100%. So I always try to, play as much as I can.
Keep in mind too, there are some good unlicensed titles, and we've kind of talked a little bit about some of that. So keep that in mind. When you get these lots, you might have a mixed bag. But I mean, if you're like me, you want to collect them all. I know you guys are a little more picky about the licensed stuff, but I mean, a game's a game, and they can all be kind of fun for the system. But you don't know what you're gonna get. So if you guys had to put in, let's say you have 5 picks, what would be the top 5 picks for the NES that you would tell people to watch out for in terms of things that are a little trickier to find that they definitely want to grab if they see them?
Are you talking in terms of playing or collecting?
Let's say collecting.
Okay.
So me personally, I mean, there's some of them that are a little obvious, but I mean, some of the ones I would tell you to watch out for, I mean, because you can imagine you guys are going to tackle licensed. So unlicensed things that you might want to watch out for. King Neptune, that's a pretty tough one sometimes to get a hold of. Mermaids of Atlantis.
You're welcome.
That's not a bad. Yeah, thank you, Bill, for that one. I would also probably say the Tengen Tetris. I think we might have mentioned that already, but that's going to be a tougher one to locate. Not that it's crazy expensive or anything. And then any of the bunch games. So they look like the Color Dream cards, but they're like typically black, but they're like Moon Ranger and Mission Cobra, and I think there's another one. So if you can find any that say bunch games on there, those are also really good ones to grab. Those have some value, and so that's some interesting unlicensed carts that you can watch out for. So what would you guys say?
Bill's probably going to be a little different because he's going complete in box. So hopefully our lists don't match up too closely. But like I mentioned, Taito is great to watch out for. So you've got things like Power Blade 2, the Jetsons, Fire and Ice. That one's actually Tecmo, I think.
Yes.
Gunnack.
Gunnack is great.
Yeah. You got Bonk's Adventure, Die Hard, Contra Force. I could keep going, but those are a few that don't get quite as much attention as some of the other big expensive ones.
Sure. What about you, Bill?
So being a box guy, we've talked about it before. With the NES black box games, is that they came out right when the system did, and if you're going to find them boxed, you're either going to find them in pristine condition, or you're going to find them kind of like a little bit beat up. So that's why some of them will go for really, really big money if you can find them like really, really nice with, like nice bright, creased boxes and everything. But now that I'm closer to finishing my complete black box games, there's a few that are like a little bit more on the uncommon side that like you just might not think of.
Can I take a guess at two of them?
Yeah, go for it.
Donkey Kong Jr. Math.
That is definitely one that eludes a lot of people.
And Chubby Cherub.
So Chubby Cherub is a really good example. It's a cart that actually comes up, not too terribly often, but like often enough where it's like, oh, cool, a Chubby Cherub. It's decent, but I mean there are Chubby Cherub like really nice boxes and manuals that go for money that I wouldn't expect. Another one that we may have mentioned not long ago on the show is Scoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another one that probably not terribly difficult to find that cart, but if you find that box and manual, Wacky Races.
Manual.
The Wacky Races manual is typically like people who go for complete NES sets. It's the manual is like one of the last 10 pieces they'll get. Again, the cart. The cart. It doesn't come up that often either. But the box and especially the manual are trickier to find. The Krabby did mention that black box Donkey Kong Jr. Math. One that I didn't realize was kind of like as tricky as it is volleyball. And again, that one it probably has a lot to do with the fact that it didn't sell too terribly well and it came out so long ago. But I've seen really nice volleyball boxes go for big money. Personally, I don't need the box to be pristine. I just like it to be nice. Like a little bit of shelfware is okay. So I'm lucky in that respect. But also, believe it or not, Wrecking Crew is kind of sneaking up a little bit, or at least it snuck up on me. I saw one that wasn't even in that great a shape at a local store for about $130 a few days ago.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and Clue Land, believe it or not, I saw sell on eBay a few months back for $225.
Goodness.
Yeah, I got my Clue for less than $100, and it was in pretty good shape. So, but yeah, it's being a boxed collector. It's a little bit different. There's all the games that Duke and Krabby mentioned are valuable and tricky to find with the box. But what I'm kind of pointing out are games that are not terribly uncommon by themselves, but finding them boxed is a little bit trickier. Like there's like Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, especially the Ubisoft version, a little bit more uncommon than the Taito release. Everything they said, plus like a handful of like weirdos that are just kind of for some reason tricky to find with the box.
Zombie Nation's another one that's really jumped up there. Yeah, it's gotten crazy.
I would encourage you guys listening, if you really want to get interested, you can just go to, we've talked about pricing in a previous show, you can listen to that, but price charting, you can go there and you can just sort prices high to low, so you can even make like a hit list. Even if you're not big into NES, maybe you're big into Sega or something else, keep that hit list with you of those top tier titles. That way if you're out, you're looking for something, you see them anyway, then at least they're trade fodder or sell fodder, right?
Yep, absolutely.
So there's a lot of different bits that are in here. So let's kind of tie this up a little bit by talking about some good resources for information on the NES. Do you guys have anything that comes to mind in places to shop or places you go to for information?
Nintendo Age, obviously, for information and shopping.
Yeah, they've got a pretty vibrant selling community, and I think we mentioned that on our selling show, or about shopping online, I think.
And the knowledge of some of the members there just astounds me at times. You want to know about sealed games, ask them. You want to know about variants, ask them. You want to know about prototypes, ask them. Like, everyone there just knows. There's at least one guy there that will know what you're looking for.
Right. I would say, too, that you might want to take a little look at some information that you'll find on RFGen, right? So we've got a lot of people there on the site that are fairly knowledgeable. I mean, obviously, we're discussing this, so you can go there. You can post questions. We'll try to get back with you. If it's something we don't know, we can definitely point you in the right direction of where to kind of find that information.
Absolutely.
You're looking for pictures of games, so you want to know what the box of the thing looks like or what the cart looks like. We've got scans of all of that in our database. You can come take a look at it once you got that hit list. You can say, okay, now I need to look at what do these things look like when I'm out and doing the shopping, so you don't just pass them by. Yeah,
I mean, it's sometimes I wonder, when I first started learning about like all like these, because when you start, if you do a Google search for the rarest Nintendo games, I mean, you're going to get the stadium events and the Nintendo World Championship cart. There's dozens of ones that probably aren't on most people or like most new collectors' radar that really should be. And I just remember the more I learned about like your Little Samsons and your wacky races and some of all those carts, it kills me to think, what did I walk by? What was I flipping through like at the flea market, and I don't even remember that I saw it, and it might have been there. Like I think Goal 2 I saw at a flea market for like $2. And I passed it up. I was like, whatever, it's a sports game. And then I come to find out it's a little bit. It's not crazy, but it's a little bit trickier to find.
I was gonna say one of the things to familiarize yourself with early is sports games and children's games.
Oh yeah,
those are the two that are most likely going to be underpriced, even when they're quite rare.
Right.
And there's a few of them that are definitely up there for sure.
Yeah,
price
like you mentioned Goal 2. You got to also watch out for pro sports hockey. You got to watch out for Jimmy Connor's tennis.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to count RC Pro-Am as a sports game, but that one often gets underpriced too.
RC Pro-Am 2.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Number 2.
I also say children's games, right? So like Fisher Price.
Is that Firehouse Rescue?
Firehouse Rescue is a little trickier.
And isn't Motor City Patrol kind of creeping in there?
Yeah, it's that Matchbox game, right?
Yeah, I remember. I didn't realize. Same with that one. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I didn't know it was. But then I think I was selling some NES carts and I sent them out to a few people, and like everybody was like, I want Motor City Patrol, and I just didn't know. You just really got to kind of. A lot of it's by experience because it's really hard to memorize a list of like 60, 80, 100 games, but you're just going to get more familiar the more you look into them.
Yeah.
Sure thing. So that's it. It pays to do your homework if you're going to take this hobby and you're going to run with it. Even if you're not really going to be a diehard NES collector, NES is hot right now, so you might as well use that to your advantage. And, you can go out there and there's a lot of people looking for this stuff. So you can help some other people out. They'll be happy to help you out in the process.
Absolutely.
So wrapping up, guys, anything else that you'd want to tell people if you're getting into collecting the NES? Anything else you'd like to let them know?
I always tell everyone when they're getting started, really to take it easy, to take it slow. A lot of people get into I guess not a lot of people, but enough people where I notice it get into financial trouble, where they're like, I gotta sell like everything I own in like 2 weeks, or I'm getting kicked out of my house.
Oh yeah.
And it's not like an epidemic of that happening, but it happens often enough where it's like, wow, like it seems like every month or two, like one person's doing that. So it's very tempting to jump on eBay and spend $300-400 on this enormous set. And if you're just a little bit patient and you buy locally and you create those relationships at your local thrift shops or with like a local collector, if you have a local retro shop, ask them if they have a meetup. Do you have a lot of them have one day a month where they have members come in, you can trade stuff with each other instead of with the store. Just really take it slow. And if you're collecting to play, I find it's a very helpful thing to do to actually schedule time for yourself to play. Because I had months go by, and I was so into the collecting portion of it, I kept getting lucky with these scores that I wasn't really playing anything. So now I have my week, I play, just whenever I can, but then no matter what, I have my one day for at least an hour that I always just, throw a random game in my collection in and play, which is kind of a fun little new tradition. It's, RF has this, if you keep your collection at RF and you click on, tools, from within your collection, you can hit this button that says, random game. And it'll just select a random game from a folder in your collection. So I tried that a few times, just kind of like musical chairs with my own collection. I was like, okay, I'll play that. So,
What about you, Krabby? Any parting words?
Stop by the forum, post tons of questions, even if you think they're stupid. We've got a great community at RF Gen and tons of people who are more than willing to help you get started, answer any silly questions you might have, and point you in the direction of any we don't know how to answer.
Very good. And personally, I just say, if you're just getting started, welcome to collecting for the NES. What a lot of people consider to be one of the best systems ever made. You're going to find a lot of really fun titles, a lot of good times collecting, and you're sure to find a couple gems that you really appreciate.
So for people who are familiar with the site, and even for the newcomers, RF Generation does a donation drive once a year. It costs a lot of money to run the site, especially with a database as large and beautiful as ours. We there's always a link to take donations on the site. Right now, you have to go into the forum, and then the donate button is kind of on the upper right-hand side. But we're going to be doing a donation drive, and we just thought we'd kind of give it a mention here on the show and talk to you about some of the things that we're contributing as prize levels.
Sure. So just like Bill mentioned, you can find that link under there. We're also just going to put it right in the show notes. So if you're listening to the show, go take a look at the show notes wherever you're listening it from, and you can find the link to go donate right there. All these proceeds, everything that we get in, is going to go directly to that. So if you follow that link, it goes right to the rfgeneration.com PayPal donate page. Nothing will pass through the show's hands. It's just going to go right into the site. So we've got a couple different prize levels. We're trying to make this a little bit fun, so you guys can give. It's that type of that time of year, right? So we've got something to start off. So if it's something that you just maybe want to kick in a few bucks for, if you'll put in $5, do a one-time $5 donation to RF Generation, we will make sure to read all of those people's names off on the next show after you donate. So you donate $5, that next show we get it, we'll read off a list of people that kicked in that month.
Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal deal. Normally you have to spend at least $5 to buy stuff to get mentioned in small scores. So this way, you're just kind of cutting out the middleman.
That's a freebie, and you can guarantee that we will talk about you. So that might not be a prize. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, this next one I'm actually a big fan of. So
make sure to change your username first to something really hard to pronounce.
Okay. So yeah, for $5, pretty cool. Get your name mentioned, and we will specifically mention that you were a donor, so everyone will know how awesome and generous you are, and a supporter of the site. At the $20 level, this is where it starts getting real. At the $20 level, we will make sure that all of your scores for the month, no matter how small, how large, or how silly, are detailed in the very next Collectorcast. You'll have an entire segment devoted to you, and hopefully you'll take full advantage of that and be able to give us some really cool, interesting, quirky things to talk about. But we won't just glaze over you. This will be your segment. So $20, one time $20 donation, not a bad deal. And then you can throw that episode. You can burn it to a disc. You can bring it to work. I'm sure everyone will be impressed with you.
Oh, certainly. I mean, that's like better than a plaque on your wall. Is to
Oh, yeah.
have us read your name and your stuff. Yeah, so, hey, that sounds like a pretty good deal.
Yeah, that sounds like we should create a platinum membership level, and maybe
We do not
only
have a
certain-
card. For
No,
I'm
not
sorry.
yet. We do not take Diners Club here, so
And then to push it over the edge, we got maybe one more little incentive, right, Krabby?
Yeah, for our final prize, anyone who donates over $30 will get a never before heard recording of Duke and I when we were tossing around the idea of doing a Collectorcast. We recorded a demo recording, and it never ended up making it into a show. So if you want an extra show that no one's ever heard before, anything over 30 will get you a link to that episode.
and we know how much all those video game collector types like limited edition, special
you
edition.
You could even call it a prototype.
Yeah,
You
it's
could.
additional content. I'm actually really curious about that because if you guys have heard some of this stuff that goes on Skype outside the boundaries of the show, it's pretty silly and it just goes off. If you think we go off on tangents on the show, believe me, there's some crazy directions it goes. Unfortunately, I wasn't involved in this, but I'm still really curious to hear what it sounds like. So.
He won't get to hear it unless he gives us $30 for the site.
I won't, and that's 30 American.
Ah, damn it.
So think about that, guy. I mean, we've got it out there. We'll be happy to pass it along to you, and you can hear Krabby and I trying to get this show on the road. And then last but not least, keep an eye on rfgeneration.com. Very soon we are going to start an auction thread, and everything is going to go into the donation drive, so all those proceeds. But whoever the highest bidder is on that thread, once we run that, you will get featured as an interview in an actual episode of the Collectorcast. So if you'd like to come on the show, if you'd like to talk about your stuff or just your collection or things in there, watch the site. We're going to put that on there. So go in there, bid. Great thing to go and support the site. And hey, you can come and talk to us, and you can find out how much junk goes on behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, we won't just put you right on the air. Like you'll get to just it'll probably be a pretty decent conversation before you even get on the air, just to kind of get everyone comfy and like talking with each other. But it does require an internet connection, we should say.
Oh yes,
requires internet connection, microphone, and headphones, which shouldn't be a problem for most people. But
and free software. Free
and
software.
What?
Free software. You have to download some free software.
Yeah, a couple of free pieces of software. You can actually remote Duke in, and he'll config the whole thing for you. He'll take care of your malware. He'll update your antivirus. That's the $70 level.
Or you could you could throw a couple grand at the side, maybe fly me out. I'll come to your house. We can talk about your stuff. And, yeah, sure, no problem, right?
Yeah, for $5,000, Duke will fly to Zagnortz's house and put on his Optimus Prime outfit.
I would do it for less. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So again, guys, we're just trying to do this. We're trying to make it fun. I'm sure plenty of you love the site. It's a great service. We just recently posted, as we're recording this, 70,000 games in our database, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy. 70,000. So come there, put your collection in, take a look at it if you're not already there. Donate, kick a few bucks in, help us keep going. There's no ads on the site. I mean, everything is just, by users, for users. So let's keep the great site going, guys.
Definitely. And I mean, we said it before, but honestly, it really does take a lot of money, and a lot of the people who work on the site just out of a labor of love, it comes out of their own pockets. There's some people on the site who have donated here and there. I don't know how many people we have as like regular monthly donors. That would be phenomenal if we can get some regulars. But even if it's just a one-time deal, if there's anything we can do to kind of make the site, make the whole drive fun. These are the prize levels we've come up with. We're definitely open to suggestions within the realm of what's reasonable. But yeah, it really is a great place that a lot of us have made our home. So hopefully you can give back to it just a little bit and make it easier for the site to stay up.
Well, thanks everybody for sitting through this show. I know this has been like a massive one, right, guys? I mean, this is probably going to be our biggest show yet.
Yeah, I mean, the first time we had like a 2-3 hour show, we were all very worried that people were going to say, really, like they want us to listen to us for that long. People have been, pretty cool and receptive of the length. We've had some discussion about maybe trying to pull it back a tiny bit, but we'll see what direction the show takes. But this has definitely been a big one.
Sure. Let us know. You like the show long? You want it a little bit shorter? That's fine. We know we just do this once a month, so.
Hey, Duke, what would it take to have a longer show? Wouldn't that take more storage space on some server somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's almost like there'd be a website somewhere that if people could give to, maybe we could see more stuff. That we could talk about.
It would require more bandwidth, which would require more of our money?
Yeah, maybe if somebody could give maybe to a site like that we talk about regularly, we could find out more stuff.
Those people would be so cool. I would love those people.
And let's think about the really bad thing. What if nobody gave? We couldn't have anything to talk about.
Could you imagine the last episode of the Collectorcast?
Yeah.
It would be the saddest day.
We'd just be talking about our junk, and that's not really very exciting, is it?
With tin cans and strings between here, Indiana, and Canada, with each government saying, "What is this piece of string?"
And trying to tax it, certainly.
Yeah.
But seriously, guys, a couple different places, again, that you can find us. We are on Twitter and Facebook, so Twitter just at Collectorcast. Facebook is /Collectorcast. You can also find us at our own website, so collectorcast.com. You can catch the show on YouTube, so just search for Collectorcast. And we're also on Stitcher Smart Radio, so you can download the app and get our show right to your listening device there at stitcher.com/RF Generation. We'd appreciate if you'd put in the promo code RF Generation. Helps us get a little bit more traction on the site. And once again, Krabby, thanks for coming in and sitting through and doing this thing.
Always a pleasure.
And Bill, we're glad that your brother saved the universe and that you had the time to also join us.
Yeah, no, he's well, to be fair, he hasn't saved it yet, but he is working very hard on it, and I just like to do my part wherever I can.
Well, I'll just bank on his success for all humanity.
Hopefully, yeah, because I think it was previously recorded, so I think whatever's happened has already happened.
All right, well, thanks again everybody, for listening, and we'll see you on the next show.